7 months, but they've already scheduled their Manhattan Republican National Convention to be ending in early September in the 150 years of Republican Party history. Latest national convention, all in order to join the Bush-Cheney ticket with 9/11 in public mind.
Now, Norman Solomon, we're looking at Richard Clarke. That seems to be the name in the news this week. He obviously appeared before the September 11th Commission public hearings that started on March 23rd. On Nightline that night, host Chris Bury worried that the 9/11 Commission panelists were too political, too partisan. The next day's New York Times said the opposite, were praising them for not being overtly political. What's your impression of those hearings so far and the way the media has handled them?
Well, I think that has been overall coverage that is a little schizoid, which is unusual. On the one hand, this is supposed to be a grave national issue that transcends politics. On the other hand, everything going on inside the hearing room has politics coming out of its pores, and so journalists can't seem to decide sometimes whether politics is part of politics. And I think for anybody who has tracked the last 30 months of the Bush administration, virtually everything that has been done that refers to 9/11 has been utilized for maneuverability to give the Bush-Cheney administration a political advantage. So I think that when journalists complain about a political process being politicized, you kind of got to wonder what planet they're on, but what planet they're pretending to be on.
Norman, for months there's been significant reporting about White House faults, the House case for war, scandals relating to Iraq contracts, etc., etc. At the same time, the media often reports that George Bush gets high marks for how he's dealing with terrorism. How do you think the Clarke charges affect that media equation? Does Bush now lose his last strong card if Clarke is believed?
Well, clearly it undermines some of what the Bush pitch has been and is now in an election year. Something that's notable at the same time is that journalists are in a position to, yes, bring up president's history, and we've had a situation where meticulous reporting can really expose some of the duplicities and distortions about day 9/11 itself. A couple days before Clarke testified, the Wall Street Journal had an excellent front page story headline, "Government Accounts of 9/11 Reveal Gaps in Consistencies" by Scott Paltrow, and I think it just shredded not only Bush account of what happened on 9/11, but also Cheney and Andrew Clarke and so forth, without it being said so in so many words, are shown to have basically lied and deceived the public about the hour-by-hour accounts of that historic day. But I have to say, a few hours after Richard Clarke testified, you had on Larry King Live, one of the two journalistic guests was Judith Miller, who the host, Larry King, referred to as a, quote, terrific journalist, unquote. So here you have Judith Miller talking about whether the White House has been deceptive on a crucial issue of national security having to do with 9/11. Arguably, the deceptions from Judith Miller, sometimes on the front page of the New York Times, have seriously damaged the United States and caused many deaths, and yet she's going on CNN to evaluate the current stature of the White House in terms of veracity.
Norman, some of the substance of Clarke's argument, a couple of the arguments that he's made, Donald Rumsfeld was calling for a war on Iraq within hours of the September 11th attacks. Rumsfeld thought that they should bomb Iraq because there weren't any good targets in Afghanistan. These are the things that are coming out of Clarke's book and out of his media interviews. Some reporters are now treating these charges as if they're new, or at least as if they're contested ground. You see Clarke's charges put next to counter charges from the White House. There's some of this media habit of taking things that should have been settled by now, putting them back in contention.
Well, what's implied quite often is that if we never reported it or forgot or pretended that we never reported it, then it's new. And while we might embrace like. In this case, again, the subtitle of Hannity's book, Terrorism, Despotism, and Liberalism. That's quite a conflation going on.
We've been speaking to Norman Solomon, and is a nationally syndicated columnist and a fair associate. You can read his column, The Media Politics of 9/11. Thanks again for joining us in Counter Space, Norman Solomon.
A journalist at a major media outlet has been caught fabricating numerous stories. No, it's not Jason Blair of the New York Times. This time the offender is Jack Kelly, who up until very recently was a star foreign correspondent for USA Today. How important were Kelly's journalistic sins, and what are we to make of the media reaction to them? We're joined now by John Gorenfeld, who wrote about the Kelly case for Salon.com. John Gorenfeld, welcome to Counterspace.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Now, Kelly's been under investigation at USA Today for a few months. They convened a panel of media veterans to look through his stories and track down his sources. They found that he had fabricated a number of rather important stories, interviewing people who didn't exist, or falsely placing himself at the scene of the event. Which of Kelly's fabrications jumped out at you the most?
What really jumps out is one of them that I didn't quite have time to dig into towards the New York Times, people were looking for a reason to say, you know, the New York Times does not deserve to be known as a paper of record. It has some sort of liberal agenda, and we can see that in how eagerly Bill O'Reilly invited Jason Blair onto his show to say, look, level with us. This is really some sort of hotbed of liberal iniquity rather than any kind of respectable, objective paper. And so, in addition to that, there were people eager to find proof that affirmative action was a destructive thing. And so, you had all these people with ready-to-go targets waiting for the New York Times to slip up so they could attack it. The day the Jason Blair story broke, the Drudge Report had a picture of the New York Times logo upside down. On the other hand, hardly anyone has reacted to Jack Kelly, evangelical Christian, and the storyline isn't a prefab storyline that they're ready to go, that there's a growing danger of nobody has anything against USA Today or against the evangelicals, and as a result, this whole thing met with a shrug.
Tell us a little bit more about Kelly's membership in this Evangelical Journalistic Association. I've never heard of this until Kelly came up.
The influential blog, Eskimon, by Adrian, the anonymous blogger, some of his readers I have to credit with finding this, Googling and finding out that he was on the faculty of something called the World Journalism Institute, which is a journalism. It's on his website that is concerned with the need to be faithful to the Christian example of accurately reporting, being a reliable eyewitness to the work of God in today's world. Jack Kelly has expressed, of course we don't know really what was going on in his mind when he invented these, but he's expressed a more mystical view of what his job entails, comparing his work as a journalist to the work of Matthew, Mark, and John in the Bible, and describing himself as almost called upon by God. He says, I feel God's pleasure when I write a report. And so somehow in inventing all of this, the whole time it was intended to tout himself as somebody paying witness to the truth, and as a holy calling.
We've been speaking with John Gorefeld in his article, Bloodthirsty Arabs, Vigilante Jews at Salon.com, or you can visit his own website to read. That's www.gorenfeld.net, GORENFLD.net. John Gorenfeld, thanks for joining us this week on Counterspin.
Thank you.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns of the News Fair, which is in New York. It also publishes bi-monthly For subscription information, you can call the following toll-free number, 1-800-847-2990. That's 1-800-847-2990. Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Steve Rendell here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, it's been a bad week for the White House. In the midst of other brewing scandals, Richard Clark, the former top Bush counterterrorism in reporting on the battle between the White House and Richard Clark, the media have often avoided reporting as our guest, retired CIA official Melvin Goodman, journalists are failing to report on dramatic details from the September 11 Commission's initial Bush. A Los Angeles Times editorial lamented the fact that, quote, Democrats are acting like laughs who should be banned from serious politics, quote. And Russell is calling the exact same joke by a very rabid anti-war Democrat. Surprisingly, Bush's strongest allies like Fox News Channel, with a line of defense, was sometimes more offensive than the remarks themselves. On March 28th, Fox News Sunday host Chris Wallace said he thought Bush was funny, but noted that some military families had taken offense. Fox Weekend pundit Rick Hume immediately responded with an attack on those who look a platform to seek victim status, close quote, and their, quote, extremely tender feelings about things and sensibilities which are easily offended. Hume seemed to call families of dead and wounded soldiers crybabies. He concluded by saying that, quote, you have to feel like saying to people, just get over it. The problem is not that someone told a joke about WMDs. As the chief purveyor of the WMD falsehood, it is beyond bad taste for George W. Bush to joke about it. It's the difference between a comedian making a joke about O.J. Simpson looking for Nicole Brown Simpson's real killer and O.J. Simpson making the same joke. That's a distinction that much of the Beltway media couldn't seem to grasp.
The Bush administration has been rocked by the testimony of former counterterrorism official Richard Clark, but what effect has Clark had on the public? If you looked at USA Today's front page on March 30th, you saw this headline: Majority supports Bush on terrorism. Now that is technically true, but public support for Bush's handling of terrorism is at 58%, according to the USA Today CNN poll. But when you report on polls, you have to figure which numbers are most important. USA Today buried the real news of this poll in the 12th paragraph of a 17-paragraph story. That's where they finally explained that Bush's 58% mark is, quote, the lowest since the September 11th attacks. It is down 7 percentage points from December and 28 points from its peak just after the attacks, close quote. What's more, a slight majority think the administration is covering something up about intelligence in the September 11th attacks. USA Today is not the only media outlet misreporting recent polls. A Newsweek poll also found that Bush's numbers on terrorism were slipping. But an Associated Press report on March 27th spun the news, saying that 2/3 of Americans say that Clark's testimony, quote, hasn't affected their view of the president, close quote. But the real story here should be that support for Bush on what is supposed to be his strongest issue is slipping.
As we discussed here a few weeks ago, some analysts seem to think that when the conservatives were defeated at the ballot box in Spain after a deadly terrorist attack, it was proof that al-Qaeda-linked terrorists had changed the outcome. It's a simplistic analysis, but New York Times foreign affairs columnist Tom Friedman took it a step further. In his March 25th column, Friedman explained that Palestinian terrorists have long used violence to manipulate Israeli elections. Friedman wrote that in 1996, a string of bus bombings killed 59 Israelis right before an election, helping propel hardliner Benjamin Netanyahu to victory. Friedman adds that suicide bombings, quote, totally undermined Labor's Ehud Barak and helped elect Ariel Sharon in 2001. So terrorists have been voting in Israeli elections for a long time, close quote. There are at least two problems with Friedman's argument. For one, he's excluding acts of violence or provocation from the Israeli side, that in some cases precipitated the attacks he's referring to. In 1996, for example, Israel assassinated a leading Hamas figure, which sparked these retaliatory attacks. Benjamin condoned attacks on civilians, but Friedman simply omits any context whatsoever. He does the same with the 2000 elections as well. Friedman neglects to mention that candidate Ariel Sharon's provocative visit to the Temple Mount sparked weeks of violence, and dozens of Palestinians were killed. And in fact, there were actually very few suicide bombings against Israeli targets before that 2001 election. The website for the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs lists 3 attacks in the 3 months before the election. So it seems that Tom Friedman is using a factually inaccurate rendition of recent Middle East history to support a flimsy argument about current events in Spain.
When reader Saul Davis saw a March 27th story in the Los Angeles Times about George W. Bush's WMD jokes, he noticed that the paper quoted a White House official saying that Bush had cried with military families at their loved ones' funerals. Davis then sent a note to reporter Joanna Newman asking for a clarification. As he put it, quote, George Bush has not cried with families at funerals. It was a committee he hasn't attended in, right? In other words, whoever gave you that White House quote was a liar, close quote. Davis received a reasonable response from Newman, quote, thanks for the call and the email. That was what the White House spokesman said. Appreciate your attention to detail, close quote. Following a letter to the editor, the paper printed a correction blaming the reporter. The paper explained that the piece, quote, mistakenly stated that the White House said he had cried with the families in private meetings, close quote. It's a curious correction, and it doesn't explain how the reporter, who initially stood by her quotes, confused funerals with private meetings. Perhaps more important, this story containing information well known to be incorrect, that Bush had attended funerals of soldiers killed in Iraq, got through the Los Angeles Times editorial process without being checked.
And finally, on March 28th, U.S. forces in Iraq shut down Al-Hawza, a newspaper with a large Shiite Arab readership. The explanation given in the next day's New York Times was that, quote, occupation authorities accused it of printing lies that incite violence. Quote, well, that's a pretty serious charge. But nowhere in the article is any evidence presented that it was deliberately lied. At one point, it's said to have a reputation for publishing wild rumors, and a military source is said to have a list of false reports published by the paper. Only one example is given. The paper is said to have reported that an explosion that killed over 50 Iraqi police recruits was caused by an American missile, not a car bomb. While we've seen no indication that the explosion was not caused by a car bomb, in many other cases the Pentagon has denied responsibility for what later turned out to be U.S. military attacks. So it's not clear why that rumor would qualify as wild. Now, in the months leading up to the invasion of Iraq, the New York Times published many prominent stories that passed along claims from Iraqi intelligence and intelligence that could arguably be described as wild. For example, the September 8, 2002 report that, quote, all of Iraq is one large storage facility, close quote, for weapons of mass destruction. Certainly this and other reports, particularly those written by Judith Miller, turned out to be false. And by convincing readers that Iraq had threatening weapons that it did not, in fact, possess, the paper certainly encouraged violence against that country. So by the New York Times standards, we can probably say that the New York Times printed lies that incited violence. So would it be okay if the U.S. military padlocked the New York Times?
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a magazine called Extra. I'll get subscription information later on in the show.
Former counterterrorism official Richard Clark seemed to know that the White House and some of its conservative pundits actually seen Clark's roses? This guest thinks so. Here to talk about the media coverage of Richard Clark is Jim Henderson. He's a columnist for Newsday here in New York and an analyst on Fox News channel Fox News Watch. Jim Henderson, welcome to Counterspin.
Thank you.
Jim, you wrote in a recent column that the conservative attack on Clark seemed a little off the mark to you, since Clark's account of what went on in the White House seems to be supported by other credible sources. Nonetheless, columnist Charles Krauthammer calls Clark a partisan perjurer. A host of other TV pundits question Clark's motivation, politics, and so on. What surprised you about this line of attack?
Well, the first point was that much or most, maybe even all of what Clark said in his under oath testimony was bolstered by either other witnesses or just reality itself. It's obvious we weren't ready for the 9/11 attacks. Those are just palpable facts. And the second point, which I wrote in a piece for Salon.com, was true conservatism is inherently suspicious of big government and its ways. And there's nothing bigger in a government than fighting a foreign war. And all the sort of changes to Washington and to the Bush administration and to America that the sort of neoconservatives, who I really call pseudo-conservatives, have brought to the table and brought on the agenda. And it's appalling to me to see conservatives who spent much of their life being suspicious of big government and presidential power and runaway executive authority are now falling at lockstep to A, praise Bush, and B, trash Clark. I mean, and some of it is just, at a third level, just sort of unacceptable in civilized discourse. I mean, Ann Coulter, for example, wrote a piece that she pretended to get inside Dick Clark's head. Condoleezza Rice is, quote, a dummy. She's the black chick who's a dummy, who should really be better off cleaning the old executive office building wastebaskets at night. Now, that to me is just either tasteless or racist or both, and certainly doesn't belong in a rational discussion about the issues that Clark raised in his testimony and in his book, and that other people have raised as well.
Do you think some of these folks took their cue, either explicitly or otherwise, from the drift that they were getting from the White House? Dick Cheney goes on Rush Limbaugh and says, oh, Clark was out of the loop. Do you think that signaled to some of these pundits that the war is on?
I do. I think that, but let's face it, it works both ways. I mean, when the Clinton White House said that Bill Clinton was innocent of, never knew Monica Lewinsky, and half the pundits in Washington said, well, that must be true because Clinton said it. Then the same as this. There's an embarrassing lack of critical judgment on the part of the mainstream Republican and mainstream Democratic political class, where they just are so obeisant to authority in many instances that they lose their distinction and whatever respect they should earn as journalists or commentators, because they're obviously, and it's not corrupt in the sense they're getting paid to do it. They just, as you suggest, sort of get the line and then parrot it.
Another thing you picked up on in your Salon column was this coverage of Clark and his consistency. You saw a story about this in Time Magazine and the New York Times, and they're looking at some of the details in Clark's book and his retelling of events. What do you make of this strand of the reporting on Clark?
Well, I mean, Rich Lowry at National Review and then Ramesh Ratnasara at Time both tried to pick up little changes in the word tone and so on. As Clark was telling the same story in his book, in testimony, and a dozen interviews by now. I even saw him on The Daily Show yesterday. He's everywhere. But I think all of us, as we consider this strand of criticism, as you say, about Clark, might ask ourselves, do we say the same thing every time we tell the same story? Do we ever get a word wrong or change something and so on? I mean, it's just absurd to pick on little word choices Clark's made. I mean, bearing in mind, the guy was under oath for 2.5 hours. The transcripts are all online. I mean, I'm sure every observer of Clark, pro and con, is going through those transcripts looking for, things that are either right or wrong. But the big things, I note that Clark is sort of unimpeachable on. For example, it's either true or false, as he testified, that in 1996 he'd been reading about various terrorist plots, all of which mercifully failed, to crash airliners into civilian targets in Paris and the United States in the 90s. He said, well, gee, we better have one of those air defense systems for the Atlanta Olympics. So we need to set one up. And he says it was basically his idea. And he might be self-promoter. He might be sort of a glory hound. He might be trying to sell books. But he also is or is not telling the truth. And if he was telling the truth, if 5 years before 9/11 there was an anti-terror official at a high place in the White House who was thinking exactly about thwarting the sort of Al-Qaeda tactics, then it's a legitimate question for people to ask, well, how come this guy wasn't running the show for the Bush people? Why did the Bush people, were doing something else? The Washington Post had a story this morning that on the day of 9/11, Condoleezza Rice was scheduled to give a speech about the big national security threat to America, which was missile defense, so she said. Well, that speech obviously was never given as the events of 9/11 unfolded, but it just makes you wonder why people would want to nitpick Clark over little things when the big things that he said are both true from a common sense perspective, but also can be subject to additional verification by the same journalists who would rather simply try and assassinate his character.
Jim Higginson, finally, if you filter out a lot of the noise around this Clark story, it seems that you're left with an account from Richard Clark that doesn't seem to be at odds with what we already knew about the run-up to September 11th. That leaves some people asking why Clark is big news. What do you think has kept him and his story in the headlines?
Well, I mean, let's face it, from a media analysis point of view, he had a brilliant campaign. I mean, there was the synergy, if you will, between Simon & Schuster, publisher of his book, I guess it's Free Press, but Free Press is a subset of Simon & Schuster. They're all connected, everybody these days. And CBS, both owned by Viacom. And so Clark had the big run-up, and I think they timed it to get in advance of the hearings. So he sold 750 million books right now. It's quite an astonishing publicity campaign, although again, I don't think that the American people are so foolish that if it was just crap that Clark was saying, they would be responding to anything happening.
We've been speaking to Jim Pinkerton, the columnist at Newsday here in New York. You can read his article, Shooting the Messenger at CNN.com, and you can watch him every weekend on Fox News channel, Fox News Watch. Jim Pinkerton, thanks for joining us this week on Counterspin.
Thank you.
There's lots of evidence supporting Richard Clark's charges that the White House was concerned over Al-Qaeda before September 11, 2001. George W. Bush himself admitted to journalists while delivery that terrorism I didn't feel a sense of urgency, close quote. An April 1st Washington Post report regarding a canceled speech Condoleezza Rice was to have given on September 11, 2001 reports that, though it was to have outlined major threats facing the United States, the speech concentrated on missile defense and didn't mention Al-Qaeda. Instead of reporting on the substance of Clark's charges, though, many reporters have been focusing on the political battle between Clark and the White House. In the political stir, our next guest says journalists have failed to report many dramatic details published in the September 11th Commission's initial reports. Alan Goodman is a former CIA official and a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy. He is also the co-author of Bush League Diplomacy, How the Neoconservatives Are Putting the World at Risk. Welcome back to Counterspin, Mel Goodman.
Hello, Steve. Good to be with you.
Well, in addition to reading Richard Clark's book, you've also read through the September 11th Commission reports, which are available on the Commission's website. You say there's much that's newsworthy there, but the media are just missing the story. Tell us what you found.
Okay, the first thing is I learned very little from the Clark book. A lot of what's in Clark, most of what's in Clark has been out there before, and certainly has been put better in the staff report. The staff reporting that came out the same week as the hearings was picked up only by the New York Times, and again, only in one article, no follow-up. What the staff reports show is the unwillingness of the bureaucracy, including the military and the CIA, to think creatively and aggressively about the Al-Qaeda threat, even in the wake of the 98 bombings of the embassies on the Horn of Africa, when the Clinton White House realized things had to be done and things had to be done differently and more aggressively. So if you go into the staff reports, you get a good deal of information with regard to the fact that anti-terrorism to the military meant force protection. It meant protecting American forces overseas, that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Shelton, was against the use of military force, and that the CENTCOM commander, that is the commander-in-chief for the Middle East, Marine General Zinni, also wanted not to use American forces. He had this bizarre notion that you could go to countries such as Uzbekistan, look at Uzbekistan today, and recruit foreign proxies to fight in Afghanistan. When you get to the CIA, there was a real hesitancy to act on what Clinton wanted done. Clinton is convinced, according to Samuel Berger, and again, this is in the staff reporting, that the CIA was willing to authorize the CIA to use a policy of assassination against bin Laden. The CIA itself felt it didn't have a clear direction and never came up with a plan other than to capture bin Laden. Extremely ludicrous idea when you think about how to capture someone without the use of lethal force. And since the CIA could never find this man, it begs other questions as well. And as you go through the staff reporting, you see efforts by Condi Rice, the National Security Advisor, and her deputy Stephen Hadley to gut the plans that were left up by the Clinton administration. The idea of working with the Northern Alliance, that is Massoud, who was assassinated right before 9/11, was gutted by Condi Rice. Condi Rice and George Tenet also halted the use of the Predator, which was an excellent unmanned reconnaissance vehicle, which was very important to intelligence collection. And finally, when you look at the reporting from the staff summary, here is the chairman, Thomas Keane, on record with the inadequacies of the intelligence community. Now, we already know he felt 9/11 could have been prevented, but he's never been willing to explain this. Well, if you go to the staff reporting, you can see his very specific criticism of the inability of the CIA and the FBI to think creatively about what to do with illegal use of visas by terrorists who were entering the country, the immigration policy, which wasn't working, the inability of the CIA to track these terrorists, the inability of watch listing. That probably wasn't new, but it's the first time he has specifically referred to that. And the lack of urgency generally throughout the counterterrorism community, which is exactly what Dick Clark has said and which has gotten him into trouble, even though his remarks were said by the deputy director of the CIA, and this is in the staff reporting, and the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Shelton. So the staff reporting offers all sorts of nuggets and places to take questions, places for further interrogation. But what the staff reports show is some very limited mission. They didn't go after the real issue. Instead went after Dick Clark on the basis of his political personality and his credibility. But the fact of the matter is there's good material out there, there's good evidence, there's an evidentiary base that now can be used to reach some final conclusions and even recommendations, and the media is missing it.
Well, also in those staff reports, one finds that the 4 pilots who flew the hijacked planes on 9/11 entered and departed the U.S. a total of 17 times. That's how well they were tracked. And as David Korn from The Nation points out in his 9/11 blog, the commission reports in detail how the Clinton White House leaned on the Saudis to go after al-Qaeda, an initiative that was dropped by the Bush folks. Melvin Goodman, on a related story, U.S. News and World Report has a short piece on April 5th resurrecting the old notion that U.S. intelligence have been made gun-shy or risk-averse by past investigation into intelligence agency abuses. You say this is one of a number of myths about intelligence agencies. Could you give us a brief rundown of those myths?
Sure. Gun-shy myth is probably back to the CIA has been deliberately gun-shy because they want to protect their agency. That's why they want to take cover usually they can be taken out of the country without arrest. So there's always been a gun-shy aspect in terms of saving the lives of people. The military has certainly been gun-shy. They never liked the battle of anti-terrorism. They never liked paramilitary activities, which are a little off the wiring line. And a major job for the military in certain situations, such as Afghanistan, to extend now Iraq, is really force protection. They're very good at protecting their people, and I'm not quibbling with that. But sometimes you have to think more aggressively, thinking out of the box about what do you do to achieve the objective. The military isn't very good at this kind of thing. It usually needs pressure from outside the military, the White House. And also, if you look at the FBI, that's always been a culture, and it's not a very analytical culture. So it's not that there are recent changes. This is J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, and Hoover's 10-year regime was a disaster, a 10-year disaster, but really nothing new.
You had 3 other myths, if you could go through those.
Yeah, I think there's some things that the media keeps getting wrong. It just doesn't want to correct. David Case, his report was excellent, but he made a gratuitous comment that we were all wrong about weapons of mass destruction. Well, that is nonsense. We weren't all wrong. The State Department took a dissent to a CIA position. The Department of Energy took a major dissent to a CIA position. The United States Air Force Intelligence, which is usually rather cautious and rather careful, they took a major dissent to a CIA position on unmanned vehicles and their possible use against the United States. And then you had critics such as myself writing op-eds a year before the war saying that there weren't any weapons of mass destruction to be found. The Defense Intelligence Agency, part of the Pentagon, was right about chemical weapons and published an excellent report in September told this, that the Iraqis were trying to reconstitute their nuclear capability. Well, of course, this is the reason why Bush felt we had to go to war. This was the nonsense metaphor about the mushroom cloud that the media cooperated and printed over and over again, never challenging, were they really trying to reconstitute their nuclear capability? Of all of the strong evidence we had, the strongest was that they weren't trying to reconstitute the nuclear capability, and the so-called best evidence was the forgery, the fabrication that ended up in George Bush's State of the Union, but the media never looked hard at the reconstitution issue. Finally, the Bush administration has gotten away with the view that, the Europeans have gotten the same intelligence that we've gotten, and they've come to the same conclusions, they made the same recommendations. Again, that's nonsense. The Europeans were much more cautious. They felt a lot of the intelligence was worst-case intelligence. They never bought off on the idea of the nuclear capability, the reconstituted nuclear capability, which is exactly why the French and the Germans, among others, were opposed to the use of military force and wanted to give the UN more time. And one thing the media could do is somewhere along the line, they should acknowledge the fact that the best job of weapons inspection was done by the UN. And the lesson to be learned there was send a team of professionals into a country such as Iraq and let them do their job and don't interfere with them politically. And I've never seen that point made in the media.
We've been speaking with former CIA official Melvin Goodman. He's now a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy. He's also co-author of Bush League Diplomacy, published by Prometheus. Thanks again for joining us on Counterspin, Melvin Goodman.
Thank you, Steve. It's a pleasure to be with you.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns at the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. For subscription information, you can call the following toll-free number, 1-800-847-3993. That's 1-800-847-3993. Be sure to tell them you heard about Extra here on Counterspin. You can also listen to Counterspin at FAIR's website at www.fair.org. This show was engineered by Alex Noyes at Mercer Media and co-hosted by Peter Hart and myself, Steve Rendell. Thanks for listening to Counterspin. Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Steve Rendell, here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, Iraq's Shia majority is misunderstood in the U.S., where reporting on that community is often tainted by historical antagonisms towards Iranian Shias. That's what one of our guests says. Professor Richard Bullitt of Columbia University is a specialist in Islamic history, and he'll join us to talk about recent news from Iraq and tell us what's wrong with reporting on Iraq's Shia community. Also this week, rising gas prices are in the news. When the press looks to assign blame, we hear about OPEC, restrictive environmental regulations, and turmoil in Venezuela. But are there other causes that aren't being discussed? We'll ask Winona Howder, a public citizen. All that's coming up, but first we'll take a look back at the week's press.
Every 4 years, some very loud voices in the media give advice to the Democratic presidential candidate: move to the political center. With John Kerry having emerged as the likely nominee, the pundits are once again sounding the alarm. Time magazine's Joe Klein writes in the April 12th issue that Kerry needs to be bold. Quote, the ideal step would be to make John McCain his choice for vice president and announce a government of national reconciliation composed of moderate Democrats and Republicans, close quote. Klein recommends making a, quote, radical move to the middle, a campaign that looks and sounds different from the usual partisan claptrap, close quote. Over at Newsweek, the advice from political reporter Howard Fineman is the same. Writing an April 12th column based on what anonymous wise guys are saying, Fineman says Kerry needs to craft a, quote, coherent, centrist vision, close quote. As Fineman puts it, quote, there's room in the middle, wise guys insist, close quote. To Fineman and his unnamed experts, quote, Kerry can't occupy the center if he's defined as a mere liberal. He has the most liberal voting record in the Senate. What to do, close quote. Fineman, thankfully, has the cure. Kerry should, quote, run ads in battleground states, reminding voters that he was a prosecutor and that he voted for welfare reform in 1996, a brave, for Massachusetts, stand that drew picketers to his home, close quote. And New York Times columnist Tom Friedman wrote on March 27th about his dream, quote, I want to wake up and read that John Kerry just asked John McCain to be his vice president, close quote. Friedman explains that's the only way to tackle the country's problems, with a bipartisan spirit and bipartisan team. Perhaps there's something comforting about the fact that no matter what the political reality, media heavyweights will always give the Democratic Party the same advice: move to the right.
On March 24th, CNN's Wolf Blitzer helped transmit White House efforts to discredit former counterterrorism chief Richard Clarke. Describing what administration officials have, quote, been saying since the weekend, close quote, Blitzer rattled off the standard ad hominem attacks that Clarke is disgruntled and profit-minded, before adding the issue of, quote, his own personal life. They're also suggesting there are some weird aspects in his life, close quote. On March 30th, the New York Times columnist Paul Krugman cited Blitzer's passing on vague smears from unnamed officials as evidence that, quote, journalists remain ready to be used, close quote. Blitzer apparently took offense at this, taking time on CNN that day to respond, quote, I was not referring to anything charged by so-called unnamed White House officials as alleged today, close quote. Blitzer claimed that his reference to the weird aspects of Clarke's personal life was actually a reference to something a named official had earlier told Blitzer on CNN. Then Blitzer played tape of this official, the National Security Council's Jim Wilkinson, claiming that Clarke believes that, quote, bin Laden has a mystical mind control over U.S. officials, sort of X-Files stuff, close quote. Now, what Clarke had written in his book was that Osama bin Laden's explicit plan is to provoke Christian nations into invading Muslim ones, believing that resistance to this will bring about the kind of fundamentalist regimes that bin Laden favors. So, Clarke argues, Bush invading Iraq is actually what bin Laden wants him to do. And he drives home the point with a simile, quote, it was as if Osama bin Laden, hidden in some high mountain redoubt, were engaging in long-range mind control of George Bush, close quote. Now, to present this standard rhetorical device as evidence that Clarke has wacky paranormal beliefs is an obvious deception, but Blitzer did not challenge his administration guest on this, either when the smear was first made or when he later replayed it, so Krugman's charge is patently true. Blitzer is ready to be used by the White House, as proven by his own attempted defense.
And finally, the debut of the liberal radio network Air America has generated a lot of media attention. For some, it's been a chance to ask a new version of an old question. Do liberals really need a place of their own, since they dominate so much of the rest of the media? On March 31st, CNN's Wolf Blitzer wondered about, quote, this notion that the conservatives make a fair point, that there already is a liberal radio network out there, namely National Public Radio, close quote. His CNN colleague Jack Cafferty quipped on the morning show that Air America was a communist radio network. When his co-host suggested liberalism wasn't actually the same as communism, Cafferty asked, aren't they synonymous? Later in the morning, when anchor Bill Hemmer asked why it's taken so long to launch a liberal network, Cafferty said, quote, we have them. Did you just get off a vegetable truck from the South Bronx? They're everywhere. Quote. Now, joking or not, Cafferty's point was echoed throughout the media. But if you'd been watching cable news that week, the liberal control of the media may not have been foremost in your mind. On March 29th, CNN's Paul Azan presented a debate on Condoleezza Rice and the 9/11 Commission. The guests were Republican Senator Jeff Sessions, conservative pundit John Fund, and Time columnist Joe Klein. In other words, two conservatives and a center-right columnist. The next night, MSNBC's Scarborough Country took a look at the same issue, but this time things were more unbalanced. Right-wing host Joe Scarborough was joined by the far-right Ann Coulter and former Bush speechwriter David Frum. The lone dissenter was Rick MacArthur from Harper's Magazine. I guess that's the liberal media for you.
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group, FAIR. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. I'll give subscription information for that later on in the show.
What's happening to the price of gasoline? That story is back in the news these days as prices at the pump continue to rise. The media approach to the story follows a familiar script. Outraged consumers demand to know what's happening, and oil industry spokespeople rattle off a list of factors they have no control over. But is there more to the story of high gasoline prices? With us to talk it over is Winona Howder. She's the director of Public Citizen's Critical Mass Energy and Environment Program. Winona Howder, welcome back to Counterspin.
Glad to be here.
Now, in the April 4th New York Times, Daniel Yergin had a short sidebar piece that was headlined, Why It's Painful at the Pump. The list of reasons he had were familiar to anyone who's paying attention to the media discussion. Turmoil in Venezuela and Iraq, OPEC's production cuts, growing demand in China. A Public Citizen is pointing to some issues that get less attention in the press. Tell us a little bit about what you think might be contributing to this recent rise in gas prices.
Well, what we see are the 5 largest oil companies that operate in the U.S. owning a significant amount of every step in the process of making gasoline from crude oil. And what this has resulted in over the last 10 years is that the 5 largest companies own 50% of domestic refinery capacity, 61.8% of the retail gasoline market, and 48% of the domestic oil production. This puts them in a real position to manipulate prices. And unfortunately, the media isn't even covering this issue.
Now, one of the suggestions that's raised along with the others that we listed are the environmental rules. Apparently they're too strict and it cause headaches for these oil companies who then pass along the cost to consumers. NBC reporter Robert Hager explained on the NBC Nightly News on March 24th that refining costs in some places like California are high because of what he said were strict rules about switching to summer blends to prevent pollution. Close quote. This is a position the oil industry obviously is happy to promote. What do you make of this argument?
Well, the environment is always a whipping boy whenever corporations are making windfall profits like the oil companies are now. The Bush administration has been blaming environmental rules for causing these strains on refining capacity, but in reality, it's really uncompetitive actions by this handful of companies who have the large control over gas markets. These uncompetitive actions have forced much of 920,000 barrels of oil, almost a million barrels of oil a day. This was refining capacity because of these large companies gobbling them up and shutting these refineries down, we actually see less oil coming on the market. And in fact, the U.S. Federal Trade Commission concluded in March 2001 that oil companies had intentionally withheld supplies of gasoline from the market as a tactic to drive up prices. And they called this, and this is a quote, a profit-maximizing strategy. And these same people who are talking about environmental regulations and the problems with them never mention one of the easiest and most environmentally friendly ways of making America less dependent on oil, which is by implementing really strong fuel economy standards.
You know, I know there have been some voices in the media in this debate that are a bit louder than others. Conservative and business-oriented think tanks definitely have a strong place in this debate. I was listening to one spokesperson from one of these think tanks on NPR explaining that the prices actually aren't that high right now. You pay a lot for coffee at Starbucks, but you don't complain about that. But consumers just tend to pay more attention to gasoline prices when they go up. What do you make of that argument that indexed for inflation gasoline prices aren't that high at the moment?
Well, what we look at are the windfall profits of the gas companies, the oil companies. And since 2001, the 5 largest oil companies have made $125 billion in after-tax profits. So they're putting a lot of money in their coffers. Meanwhile, we have low-income and moderate-income Americans who did not plan for these high energy prices in their annual budget. And I think it's really arrogant of think tank policymakers to talk about how families need to be able to shell out the money when the money just isn't there.
Now, I wonder about this debate and how it relates to a discussion we had a couple of years ago about electricity prices in California. At that time, Public Citizen was pointing to manipulation of the deregulated energy markets. And the discussion was nonetheless dominated by industry analysts, think tanks who were saying, no, that's not what was going on. In the end, we find that, in fact, that was contributing to these skyrocketing utility prices in California. What do you make of the debate right now over gasoline prices? Are we seeing the same kind of attention paid to the relevant culprits?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this kind of manipulation and collusion, even though we've seen this in many other industries through the years. And what's interesting is the Government Accounting Office recently issued a report on the limited competition in the ethanol-producing industry, and they criticized it because the top 8 ethanol-producing firms controlled 71% of the national market. If you look at the top 8 oil refiners, they control 70% of domestic oil refining capacity, and so you have the very same situation. And like with Enron, this puts these companies in the same type of position so that when the trading goes on, and every day oil is traded on markets in London, New York, and other energy trading exchanges, manipulation is possible, especially since today much of this trading has been deregulated, and that deregulated trading is called over-the-counter trading. And there's no way to know what kind of manipulation is going on, and the very same thing that Enron did could be occurring in those markets.
It does sound very familiar. We've been speaking with Winona Howder. She's the director of the Critical Mass Energy and Environment Program at Public Citizen. You can find them on the web at www.energyactivist.org. Winona Howder, thanks for joining us this week on Counterspin.
So glad to have been here.
Some pundits think recent violence directed at U.S. personnel in Iraq is a good thing. Remarking on the March 31st killings of 9 Americans in a Sunni region of Iraq, Fortune magazine's Jeff Bernstein told a Fox audience the claims presented, quote, a great deal of potential political upside for the Bush administration, close quote. On the same show, columnist Charles Krauthammer agreed says that Iraq's Shiism is not well understood here, and U.S. reporting on Iraqi Shias is freighted with historical baggage. Richard Bullitt is a professor of history at Columbia University and an expert on the history of Islam. Welcome to Counterspin, Professor Richard Bullitt.
Thank you very much.
Professor Bullitt, before we get to the coverage of Iraq and Shias, the Bush administration says Shia unrest is not widespread, but an April 8th story in the New York Times contradicts the White House and refers to a broad Shia revolt. What is your brief assessment of the latest news from Iraq?
I think the truth is halfway between there. I think that the number of people who have taken up arms and are prepared to shoot at Americans is comparatively small, but the ability of these people to actually take control of entire cities and neighborhoods, and reports of the emotional support that they're receiving from common people in those cities and neighborhoods suggests that there's a sympathy for this insurrection that goes way beyond the number of people taking arms.
So would you say that conventional wisdom that's running around in the media that Muqtada al-Sadr, the Shia leader, has just a small following is more or less correct?
I think that the number of people formally under arms is fairly small, and I think that the idea of this small percentage that comes through in the media is often coupled with the information that somehow this thing is fired by Iran and is of foreign origin and not really domestic intent. I think that's fundamentally wrong.
Which brings us to the next question. Professor Bullitt, you're critical of the way U.S. reporting covers Iraqi Shias in general. What's wrong with that reporting?
I think that the fundamental problem is that ever since the hostage crisis of the beginning of the 1980s, there has been a kind of Shiite phobia in this country. After the Iranian Revolution, many people said that Shiism is a fanatic, suicidal form of Islam, and Sunni Islam is normal. Well, events have shown that that really isn't true, and that our attitude toward Iran is really quite out of date. But the media still seems to buy the idea that Shiism is to be defined by Iran instead of by Iraq, and Iraq is a fundamentally different situation.
Tell us a little bit about the difference between Shiaism and Iraq.
Yeah, well, Shiism in both countries is of a form that requires every believer to have a marja taqlid, meaning a single senior cleric whom they look to for guidance in all matters of faith and practice. Very different from Sunni Islam, where people do not have that sort of obedience to a senior cleric. The senior cleric most respected in Iraq is Ayatollah Sistani, who has very different political views from, say, those associated with Ayatollah Khomeini. So people who have tried to say that he is simply a Khomeini waiting in the wings to take over Iraq fundamentally misunderstand the structure of Shiism and the doctrines that Khomeini had, and the fact that those doctrines were not accepted by most of the other senior Ayatollahs of the Shiite faith. Besides which, the Shiites of Iraq proved to be loyal to their country during the 8 years of war against Iran, and the idea that they are eager to have or even willing to have Iran take over their territory and dictate their views, I think, is erroneous. It's a separate country, it's a separate community, and it has a history of its own.
Tell us a little bit about the fundamental political difference between the way that former Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran saw the world and the way that current Ayatollah Sistani in Iraq see the world.
Yes, Khomeini believed that a properly qualified senior jurist should oversee government, that there is a role for the clergy to be the ultimate overseer of government. This is the role currently played by his successor, Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran. This doctrine was never accepted by the major Shiite leaders in Iraq, and is not accepted by Ayatollah Sistani, who follows the tradition of his predecessor, Ayatollah Khoi, as having a more quietist view of politics. So while Sistani says, I want to ensure that my community has a role as a majority population commensurate to its importance in Iran, this is not the same thing as saying I want to be the person who calls the shots. And that's a different philosophical, theological viewpoint. Now, Muqtada Sadr, the guy who is the spark plug of the current insurrection, like any other Shiite, he has to follow the dictates of a senior Ayatollah. He is not, however, a follower of Ayatollah Sistani. He follows Ayatollah Iraqi, who lives in Iran, and who is perhaps closer to sharing Khomeini's views. So there's a difference between Muqtada Sadr, the person fomenting the current uprising, and Sistani.
In the conventional media wisdom, Muqtada al-Sadr and Sistani are worlds apart. Is there any evidence that they work together or they cooperate in any way that you know?
There has been no evidence that I've seen that they are working together. Muqtada Sadr has actually made sort of slighting remarks about Sistani being of Iranian background instead of Arab background. So I don't think that he is the forceful side of Sistani's leadership. But one of the things that we've seen in a number of Muslim countries in the past, that authoritarian governments suppress or ignore the political aspirations of moderates, and this empowers the radicals. We saw this in Algeria in 1952, we've seen it in Egypt, we've seen it in other places. Now, what you have in Iraq is that the U.S., as the authoritarian government, the occupier, has been rejecting the efforts of Sistani, who's in favor of elections and democracy, to get a fair treatment for his people. And our suppression of this, or rejection of this moderate tendency, has empowered Muqtada Sadr, who's the radical alternative. So we, in a sense, are helping to generate the frustration that is fueling the current uprising.
So if there's a large difference between Ayatollah al-Sistani and Muqtada al-Sadr and political approaches, how do you explain recent, fairly moderate proclamations from al-Sistani about al-Sadr?
I think that there is a culture within the senior religious leadership, the senior clergy in Shiism, that tends to refrain from speaking ill of communism. Now, it's true that Sadr is a more junior person, but he is the son of a very important earlier leader. And I don't think that Sistani, in the first place, he doesn't have authority over him in purely religious terms. As I said, that's Ayatollah Iraqi. But also, I think that in the interest of trying to keep the Shiite community of Iraq centered in a single political movement, he's reluctant to say something that would split it into warring camps.
So seeing as how Ayatollah al-Sistani was born in Iran and Muqtada al-Sadr follows an Iranian Ayatollah, is there not any thread of truth to the notion that the current uprising is getting its inspiration or is supported by Iran?
Well, Muqtada Sadr is following an Ayatollah who is living in Iran, but that doesn't mean that he's an agent of the Iranian government, of the Islamic Republic of Iran. People who've been talking about Iranian support for this uprising intimate that somehow it's the Iranian government that's involved. But religious matters cross national borders in ways that government policies may or may not recognize. We've seen this before. In fact, the reward given for killing Salman Rushdie was given by a private religious organization in Iran, not by the government. And we were never able to distinguish very well between those two. So the fact that you have a personal link into Iran in this case is much less important than whether or not the Iranian government is sending money or troops or other tangible support. And no one yet has really demonstrated that in any concrete terms. And in general, the Iranian government has behaved with remarkable propriety in the entire year and more that we've had of this Iraq crisis. So it seems to me like an effort to attack
Richard Bullitt. He's a professor of history at Columbia University and the former director of the university's Middle East Institute. Thanks for joining us, Professor Richard Bullitt.
It was a great pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns of the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. For subscription information, you can call the following toll-free number, 1-800-847-3993. That's 1-800-847-3993. Be sure to... Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Steve Rendell, here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, mainstream U.S. reporting on the assault on the Iraqi city of Fallujah bears little resemblance to journalism coming from independent and international reporters covering the besieged city. Journalist and UC Berkeley journalism lecturer Lamise Andoni has been monitoring mainstream, independent, and Arab satellite news reporting on Fallujah. She'll join us with her thoughts on the differences. Also this week, who are the Bush women? Former Counterspin host Laura Flanders will join us to talk about her new book, which takes a critical look at some of the most prominent women working in the Bush administration. All that's coming up, but first we'll take a look back at the week's press.
In an April 11th article, New York Times writer Carl Hulsey claims that the bond between John Kerry and fellow Massachusetts Senator Ted Kennedy, quote, has some Democrats nervous that Mr. Kerry is making it easier for Republicans to paint him as a member in good standing of his party's most liberal wing, close quote. Readers might expect to then hear from some Democrats who have misgivings about Kerry's strong ties to Kennedy. But as Zachary Roth of Columbia Journalism Review's campaign desk points out, the rest of the article instead seems devoted to disproving the lead. Hulse finds one Republican leader who is happy to see Kennedy on the campaign trail, while the other Republican interviewed admits Kennedy is effective. Readers learned that, quote-unquote, many insiders expected Kennedy to drift into the background by now. But it's not clear that these insiders are nervous about Kennedy's continued prominence. Then Hulse mentions that Kerry's allies see Kennedy as a quote-unquote major asset, citing one who believes that Kennedy is raising issues that will decide the election. From there, two state Democratic Party officials and Kerry's campaign manager praise Kennedy. In other words, Democrats don't sound nervous at all. Maybe it's the New York Times that's nervous about Kerry drifting too far left, a message the Republicans are surely happy to see in the mainstream media, even when there's no evidence to support it.
Writing in the paper's April 12th edition, LA Times political reporter Ron Brownstein congratulates the American public for not trying to blame Bush for failing to stop the September 11th attacks. Everyone failed, he writes, so Bush will rightly be judged, quote, more on his actions since then, close quote. Brownstein writes that even after the revelations of former counterterrorism chief Richard Clarke, polls say that, quote, most Americans still give Bush positive marks for his handling of terrorism. The judgment is so stable because it is rooted in experience, the absence of another major terrorist incident inside the U.S. since September 11th, close quote. Which polls is Brownstein looking at? Surveys from CNN, USA Today, and CBS show Bush's poll numbers on his handling of terrorism steadily declining over the past few months. While it's correct to suggest that he's still getting a slim majority of support, it's down about 10 points since the beginning of the year. It's yet another reminder that polls can tell us a lot, assuming that reporters are giving us a clear picture of what they really mean.
On the April 7th edition of the PBS NewsHour, anchor Jim Lehrer remarked that U.S. officials had a good reason to shut down the Al-Hawza newspaper affiliated with Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr. Lehrer said, quote, the reason we shut down his press is because it was calling for violence, close quote. Lehrer's guest interrupted to agree with him, but Lehrer finished by saying, quote, I just want to get that on the record, close quote. Well, Affair associate Norman Solomon was puzzled by Lehrer's attempt to set the record straight, since what he's saying actually contradicts the evidence that's on the record. So Solomon called the NewsHour and asked what Lehrer was relying on to support his claim. A NewsHour spokesperson cited newspaper articles from the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune. But those articles don't support Lehrer at all. The Times actually pointed out that, quote, the paper did not print any calls for attacks, close quote. Oddly, the NewsHour is using that article to claim that it did. Solomon continued to press the NewsHour, asking if they would issue a correction for a clear mistake by their anchor. The program rejected that idea. An email to Solomon said the show stands behind the segment and, quote, will not be making a correction, close quote. Well, this one should be easy. Lehrer embellished government spin on an important story, and he's been caught. If that isn't worth a correction, then we don't know what is.
When Iraq Administrator Paul Bremer appeared on NBC's Meet the Press on April 10th, anchor Tim Russert cited mounting Iraqi resentment against the U.S., quoting an anti-Saddam Iraqi taxi driver who said this about the Americans, quote, we hate them, and they are worse than Saddam, close quote. Russert then asked Bremer, quote, how do you deal with that mindset, close quote. Bremer responded, quote, well, first, isn't it nice that an Iraqi could speak his mind freely to a Western journalist a year after he would have had his tongue cut out for saying that under Saddam? Isn't that really the message? Close quote. Who could argue with Bremer's answer, extolling as it was the spirit of democratic free expression? But that wasn't really Bremer's message. A few questions earlier, Russert got a much different answer when he posed another free expression-related question to Bremer. Quote, was it a mistake to shut down al-Sadr's newspaper, which seemed to rally support on his behalf? Close quote. Bremer's response, no, I don't think so, close quote. The clear contradictions in Bremer's answers reveal a lot about his dedication to free expression. Too bad Tim Russert wasn't paying attention.
And finally, there's often more emphasis in Washington reporting on how one says something than on what was actually said. A terrible example of that was given by Washington Post TV critic Tom Shales in his April 9th review of Condoleezza Rice's testimony before the September 11th Commission. As part of his glowing assessment of Rice's performance, Shales wrote, quote, Rice said convincingly that no one could have imagined a plot so monstrous as crashing civilian passenger jets into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, close quote. Now, it would be strange enough if Shales had been convinced by that statement, because Rice's contention that such airplane attacks were impossible to imagine, she first made that in May of 2002, has been repeatedly debunked. The Washington Post, as a matter of fact, published some of the most important articles on this subject, including a May 18, 2002 piece that uncovered a 1999 intelligence warning received by President Clinton. That warning indicated that al-Qaeda terrorists could crash a plane into government buildings in D.C., including the Pentagon. So clearly, some people were able to imagine such a threat, and this was only one of many warnings. So it would have been odd if Shales had been convinced by a claim made by Rice that was known to be false. But what's even stranger is that Rice did not make that claim in her appearance before the commission. As CJR's campaign desk pointed out, Rice actually retracted that claim. After describing her statement that no one could have imagined the September 11th attack, she continued, quote, as I said to you in the private session, I probably should have said I could not have imagined, close quote. So Tom Shales heard Rice say that some people were able to imagine the September 11th attacks and wrote in his column that he was convinced by her that no one could have imagined the attacks. Could it be that Shales was watching the testimony with the sound turned down?
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a magazine called Extra. I'll give subscription information for Counterspin later on in the show. Mainstream U.S. reporting on the besieged Iraqi city of Fallujah presents a very different story than that told by independent and international reporters inside the city. Typically, these U.S. journalists are reporting from the point of view of the U.S. military, and on what it says is merely the pursuit of Iraqi insurgents guilty of crimes. These reports generally dismiss charges of human rights violations and large-scale civilian casualties. Joining us now is Louise Andoni, a visiting lecturer in journalism at UC Berkeley. Andoni has reported extensively from the Middle East, including from Iraq. During the current siege of Fallujah, she has been monitoring the U.S. media, independent reports, and the Arab satellite news service Al Jazeera. Welcome back to Counterspin, Louise Andoni.
Thank you.
Let's focus on what is the most important story coming out of Fallujah, the allegations that coalition soldiers have killed hundreds of civilian non-combatants. U.S. mainstream media have largely failed to report on these charges. ABC World News Tonight report on April 14th was a notable exception. Tell us what evidence you have seen corroborating the charges of large-scale civilian casualties.
Well, Al Jazeera's report sounded and looked very credible since they included a lot of interviews with the people of Fallujah, the doctors in the clinics, and a lot of pictures of images of largely civilians dead, including a whole family of 25 people. And as well, this was corroborated by independent reports by people like Raoul Mahajan from inside Fallujah, and reports as well in the British media, and two reports which appeared in the Christian Science Monitor yesterday and the Chicago Tribune, actually, which are two other exceptions too.
Well, you mentioned Raoul Mahajan, and I want to repeat his website here. You can see his reports from inside Fallujah at www.empirenotes.org. Also, Dar Jamal's report in The Nation was very instructive. Louise, you say that there's a lot of reporting by international reporters on refugees who are fleeing the city as well.
Yes, it's because people are fleeing the cities, running to the close by Abu Ghraib and Shihab neighborhood as well. So reporters cannot really go to Fallujah because many Western reporters are citing kidnapping or the danger of being kidnapped, could easily just interview these refugees. As well, they could call doctors inside Fallujah and talk to the people inside Fallujah by phone. It's possible. So there are many ways of getting an idea of what's happening in Fallujah. The problem is that most reporters are embedded with the Marines on telling their stories.
Well, another problem with U.S. reporting is that many media outlets are depending too much on a single pool reporter who is traveling with U.S. troops. Now, if Mahajan and the others can report independently from Fallujah, couldn't other mainstream U.S. reporters do the same?
Well, I think they're afraid of being kidnapped, which is legitimate, but it's consistent with their reporting, which adheres to the official script from the beginning. And they said there are other ways of reporting, and they could get into Fallujah. But however, as I said before, and I insist upon it, when you have a stream of refugees coming out, when there are phone lines to call doctors in Fallujah, you could do a much better job, at least conveying the voices of the victims, conveying the voices of Iraqis, without even endorsing that story. Just that minimal level of good reporting is almost non-existent in most of the American media.
Louise Andoni, many of the independent and international reporters are mentioning that civilian deaths and injuries are being caused in good part from U.S. snipers who have even targeted ambulances there.
Yes, because the Marines, when they entered a part of Fallujah, it's the industrial district in Fallujah, and they took over the rooftops of factories as well as cleared homes and are positioned on top of these roofs. And according to the residents of Fallujah who were interviewed on camera, they're saying that they are targeted by the snipers, as well as there were many pictures of ambulances corroborated by doctors' testimonies.
Well, you know, one of the things about that story, about U.S. snipers targeting civilians and anything that's moving on the streets there, is that in U.S. reports of Fallujah, we're hearing quite the opposite. We're hearing that there's a one-sided ceasefire going on in which the U.S. military are respecting the ceasefire, but they're being fired on. From those reporters inside Fallujah, we're getting quite a different story in which the streets are basically being controlled by U.S. snipers.
In fact, there was a live report from Al Jazeera a few days ago, and I emphasize that it was a live report of bombings of Fallujah during a ceasefire by planes. And although the U.S. accused Al Jazeera of lying, the picture showed the whole story. Let's assume that there was some fire coming out of Fallujah, if these claims were true. There were like huge bombings by F-16 and Apaches. What was that about?
Lamise, tell us a little more about what one might see on Al Jazeera that they might not see in American media.
Al Jazeera is chronicling the stories of Iraqis, regardless of who they are. It gives a lot of airtime to Iraqi voices and the Iraqi stories from all walks of life, including members of the council appointed by the U.S., Shia and Sunni. And it's ironic. Supposedly this is a war of liberation, and the least heard voices are those of the Iraqi people.
We've been speaking with journalist Lamise Andoni. She has reported extensively from the Middle East, including in Iraq. She currently teaches journalism at UC Berkeley. Thanks again for joining us, Lamise Andoni.
Thank you.
It seems that throughout his political career, George W. Bush has surrounded himself with very powerful women. Our next guest suggests that there are some political and PR reasons behind this, and her new book explores the ways the Bush administration uses what she calls the Bush women. Laura Flanders is a former host of this very show, now the host of Your Call, every day on KALW in San Francisco, and also the host of the Laura Flanders Show every weekend on the Our America Radio Network. Laura, welcome back to Counterspin.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here.
Now, first explain the premise of the book and what you're trying to provide that the mainstream media you think so far has missed.
Well, the premise of the book is that these women, the cabinet secretaries and some of the members of the inner circle, I'm thinking Condoleezza Rice and Karen Hughes, act as a kind of estrogen shield on this administration that are deployed to put a more kind of media-friendly, family-friendly face on a set of policies that are actually leaving Americans with fewer choices and more divided than ever before. There's a very key electoral bloc out there that any winning president needs to win over, and those are moderate social Republicans, social moderate Republican voters, social moderates of different stripes, women, married and unmarried women are an increasingly important bloc. It's a very large swing voting bloc, the largest single swing voting bloc within the Republican grasp. And as you know, Republicans typically don't do well, or don't do as well as Democrats with women voters come presidential election time. But they're going to do their best to turn that around in 2020.
Now, Laura, you wrote this in the book. When George W. Bush announced his earliest appointments, reporters emphasized demographics above any question pertaining to his nominees' policy backgrounds, corporate ties, or politics. Do you think this was a way that the media could sort of boost George W. Bush's compassionate conservatism ahead of any questions of what the policies were going to be that would give it a push?
Yeah, the media went for it, and the White House spun it that way. Ironically, for a group that don't believe in affirmative action, they did present us these women not on the basis of their professional credentials, but on the basis, in many occasions, of their gender and their race. It was all part of sending a message after election 2000 that this administration was actually going to unite the country, not divide it, was going to represent everybody. And the press went for it. A rainbow, I guess, on CNN called it, a symphony of diversity, for somebody in time. In fact, Bush hadn't appointed more women to the cabinet than Bill Clinton did, 3 out of 13. But he did elevate the Environmental Protection Agency director to a cabinet post, so he ended up with one more woman in his row. The media went for it, and I think that what we saw was something we often see, which is slightly more frivolous coverage dedicated to women in politics, playing up the personal, playing down the political, such that when, for example, Condoleezza Rice was appointed National Security Advisor, you had the wild spectacle of the New York Times dedicating a long feature article to her appointment and giving us every detail of her dress size, her hair, her headline, her place of birth, and almost nothing about her views on national security. In fact, the subject didn't crop up until the 27th paragraph of the book. It was all about what she eats for breakfast and how she wears her hair.
Let's stay on Condoleezza Rice for a second, since she's so obviously in the news. Here's an assessment of how Rice performed before the September 11th Commission from the New York Times reporter Alexandra Stanley. Quote, "If anything, her measured performance brought a breath of reality to a television universe too often clotted with distorted images of black women," close quote. Though this was apparently a breath of fresh air for Stanley compared to a contestant on the Donald Trump reality show. What do you make of the media treatment of Rice during this time? It does seem like it's gotten a bit more critical than it's ever been.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's more real than the WB network. I mean, I don't know what the reference is there, but I think what we've seen in the last few weeks is the media trying to do catch-up. I mean, clearly the U.S. public needed to know way more about the mindset of the incoming National Security Advisor, and not just now, but back in 2001. I mean, it is very clear at this point that this was an administration, and Condoleezza Rice was a critical part, that came in with a very old world approach, you might say a 1991 attitude in a 2001 situation, focus on old power politics. Don't forget, Condoleezza Rice is a Sovietologist. Expertise is in the Soviet Union. The country doesn't exist anymore. She never saw the Soviet Union's collapse coming, and it's no surprise she didn't see the rise of stateless terror networks. But I think the media coverage we got of her at the start certainly didn't bring us all we needed to know to have some real doubts about this person's qualifications and fitness for the job.
Now, one other Bush woman who was awarded a whole chapter in your book is Karen Hughes. She's now sort of back in active duty for the Bush administration. She actually came across Bush back when she was a reporter, right? What else is interesting about Karen Hughes?
Well, a couple of things. I found out that her father was the last Governor General of the Panama Canal Zone. I mean, she talks about herself as an army brat, and you have this image of a kid running around with a backpack going from, cheap housing to cheap housing. Not exactly in her case. I mean, she lived in the governor's mansion for some years of her life down in the Panama Canal Zone. He was actually the person that had pulled down the American flag, stars and stripes, over the Canal Zone Corporation headquarters, a very ignominious moment for the lovers of American empire. I wonder if that plays any role in the back of her mind now as she is involved with the U.S. Imperial Expansion Program. But nonetheless, it was a fascinating, slight new twist on a story I thought I'd heard, but I hadn't really heard in detail. Another interesting part of her background is we remember that she was a newspaper, or rather a television news reporter, and I suggest in my book that she got the job in part thanks to Now, so we'll have to read the book to figure out why. But in her later years, in the 1980s, she was the executive director of the Texas State Republican Party, and she was really the face of that party's campaign against Sue Ann Richards. So when the party had a very charismatic woman Democratic governor to run against, they didn't put up some good old boy misogynist. They lost a lot of women's votes in the election in which Ann Richards came to power. They put up Karen Hughes, and she went on daily attack. I talked to people who said from the Richards campaign, we were riding high in the polls, and then suddenly here was Karen Hughes finding fault with everything we did and leading Texans to think that the only people Richards was appointing to office were people of color and out lesbians and gays. Karen Hughes so weakened the candidate, but by the time George W. came to run for office, he didn't have to go on the personal attack. He could be the gentlemanly, charismatic character that some on the campaign trail described. He didn't have to go on the attack. Why? Because she'd already weakened the enemy through years of relentless assault.
Now, in your book, you do bring up something that I think most people have not heard about. The culture wars are really back. Lynn Cheney is certainly a dedicated culture warrior, but you dig up something about Lynn Cheney that most people probably don't know. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's fun stuff, and then it's not so fun. Indeed, you wonder how she ever got to be this culture warrior, and it really began when she was at the head of the National Endowment for Humanities. In the wake of the Afghan War, or rather in the wake of 9/11, one of the organizations she helped found during the culture war years, the American Association of Alumni, co-founded with Joe Lieberman, of course, to his shame, was drawing lists of anti-patriotic acts committed by members of the academy on campus. Well, earlier at the NEH, she also was involved in targeting what was described as, censorious feminism and evil political correctness on campus, which was really just the effort to integrate the curriculum. How did she get the job? Well, she was a published author. What did she publish? Basically 2 novels, one of which, Sisters, came out in 1980 in gloriously breathy paperback covers. That was essentially a sort of tale of a convent school girl who'd run away from the church to join the musical theater and learned the arts of contraception, a woman who carries condoms around in her bag. It's a tale of free love and lesbian romance on the western frontier and raises a few eyebrows in Bush circles today, I would imagine.
Now, finally, we have about a minute left. It seems that the Bush women help shape Bush's message, especially to certain groups. They help improve his rhetoric, and this is all done out in the open. You can watch Karen Hughes or even Laura Bush talk about kind of shaping Bush as a candidate and even as an official right now and an office holder. What value does that have? How do they use that as they sort of sell these ideas to the media, do you think?
Well, all you have to do is look back at the way that pro-family values, pro-life, pro-peacemaker missile language helped to sort of recast the right-wing rhetoric of the Reagan administration to see what's happening here. Here, really, the women that I talk about in the book, Bush women, are doing for the public face of the party what that kind of pro-life rhetoric did for its language. The policies don't change, but the public impression does. When you have a lot of women on the campaign trail talking about family time flexibility law and leave no child behind, it all sounds very family-friendly and appeals to exactly the interests of those constituents they're trying to attract, but unpack the details of the legislation and you find laws that in fact do away with the Fair Labor Standards Act and the maximum work hour laws. You find very hardcore policies behind this sort of family-friendly face. And the whole con job succeeds because the media let the White House get away with it. And I think it doesn't serve the public well. We need to know better who's in public office so we can consider their words with a little bit more information to go by.
We've been speaking with Laura Flanders. The book is called Bush Women, Tales of a Cynical Species, climbing up the bestseller list as we speak. It's out now from Verso. Go to lauraflanders.com to find out when you can hear her on the radio any day of the week. Laura, thanks for joining us this week on Counterspin.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thanks very much.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns at the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. For subscription information, you can call the following toll-free number, 1-800-847-3993. That's 1-800-847-3993. Be sure to tell them you heard about Extra here on Counterspin. You can also listen to Counterspin at FAIR's website at www.fair.org. If you missed part of today's show or would like to listen to other recent shows, you can do all that at the website. And while you're there, you can get a rundown on the latest issue of Extra and sign up for FAIR's Action Alert Network and receive email action alerts and media advisories. Remember, all that's at fair.org. This show is engineered by Alex Noyes at Mercer Media and co-hosted by Peter Hart and myself, Steve Rendell. Thanks for listening to Counterspin. Brendel, here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, it was big news when George Bush endorsed Ariel Sharon's plan to permanently annex large parts of the Palestinian West Bank, refuse Palestinians the right of return, and pledge to withdraw from settlements in Gaza. However, our guest, Ali Abdelima of the website Electronic Intifada, says the Sharon plan and the U.S. support of it represents little change. He doesn't see what all the fuss is about. Also on Counterspin, you often hear the allegation that the media are too pessimistic about the Iraq occupation. But a new report by journalist Jason Vest suggests that some of the strongest criticism of the post-war situation is coming from inside the coalition provisional authority. Vest got his hands on an internal review which was proposed. All that's coming up, but first we'll take a look back at the week's press.
In an April 15th piece highlighting some humorous elements of the 9/11 hearings, New York Times reporter Cheryl K. Stolberg presented a legitimate question about pre-September 11th warnings as a joke. Quote, "It wouldn't be a Washington investigation without conspiracy theories." Close quote. That's how the item began, before describing an exchange in which Attorney General John Ashcroft apparently put to rest conspiracy theories that he stopped flying on commercial aircraft during attacks. The problem with making light of these stories that Ashcroft avoided commercial flights before September 9th is not merely a fantasy concocted by conspiracy theorists, as the Times would have you believe. It's actually a documented fact. On July 26, 2001, the CBS Evening News reported that Ashcroft was, quote, traveling exclusively by leased jet aircraft instead of commercial airlines, close quote, because of an FBI threat assessment, though officials would not disclose the nature of the threat. Ashcroft himself spoke about that situation in the CBS report. But at the hearing, Ashcroft said that he never ceased to use commercial aircraft for personal travel, an interesting caveat, and acknowledged that he had stopped using commercial flights for official business. Ashcroft claimed that this had nothing to do with a terrorism threat. Well, that's something a skeptical reporter might want to investigate. The Times, however, saw it as a comical anecdote. Well, when FAIR activists wrote to the Times about the article, public editor Daniel Okrent defended the Times, but his response makes one question how closely Okrent reads his own paper. Okrent called FAIR's attribution of the conspiracy theory to the Times disingenuous because, he pointed out, it was a commissioner who used those words in the hearing. But Stolberg herself referred to conspiracy theorists in her introduction to the exchange. Bad enough the Times blew this story, but Okrent's response to critics is hardly comforting.
Last month, a terrorist bombing in Madrid was front-page news. A few days later, Spanish voters elected a prime minister who was critical of the war in Iraq, leading some pundits in the U.S. to claim that the strategy was seizing the terrorists. As we pointed out here on Counterspin at the time, that charge bears little resemblance to reality. But deceptive reporting about Spain didn't just go away. In an April 18th NBC Nightly News story, reporter Kevin Seitz said this, quote, Spain's new prime minister, Jose Zapatero, has ordered his 1,300 troops out of Iraq as soon as possible, fulfilling a campaign promise following the bombing that killed 191 people in Madrid, close quote. But Zapatero's promise was not a reaction to the bombing. He had promised troop withdrawal throughout his campaign. NBC's rendition implies that Zapatero was appeasing the terrorists, exactly the kind of thing misinformed pundits have been saying weeks earlier.
Sometimes it seems like the worst the media can say about George W. Bush is that he's really dedicated to his beliefs. It's that devotion, they say, that drives Bush's critics crazy. A day after his primetime press conference, New York Times reporter David Sanger wrote that Bush's single-mindedness is what his admirers like, while his critics see, quote, a dangerous, never-change-course stubbornness, close quote. This is something of a trend in the media. David Broder wrote in the April 15th Washington Post that Bush, quote, will not be deflected from his chosen course by criticism or evidence of public doubts about the wisdom of his policies, close quote. That's good, according to Broder, quote, this idealism forms an image of resolute leadership, close quote. Well, this framing of Bush has some problems. For starters, the notion that Bush doesn't change course shouldn't be treated as fact. On many key issues, he's actually changed positions, from steel tariffs to Condoleezza Rice's testimony before the 9/11 Commission to the creation of that commission itself. The press corps likes a good storyline, And so far, it's the flip-flopping of John Kerry that's more important than Bush's shifts. And while it might be true that Bush's critics don't like his stubbornness, that personality trait is probably not what angers them. More likely, it's the policies that he advocates.
Kudos to the Austin Chronicle and its reporter William M. Adler for an April 16th article exposing University of Texas professor Sheldon Landsberger. According to the Chronicle, Landsberger allowed nuclear industry propagandists to sign his name to pro-industry op-ed columns he didn't write. For instance, a report column signed by Landsberger appearing in the daily Austin American Statesman argued that the public was being burned by the federal government because the feds were failing to provide sufficient funds for developing the Yucca Mountain nuclear waste dump in Nevada. In the op-ed, the nuclear industry lobbyist who actually wrote the column remarked, quote, "This is stealing money from taxpayers who were required to support the project," close quote. According to the Chronicle, Landsberger, a nuclear engineering professor, admits that he's been allowing his name and university position to be used like this by the nuclear industry 2 or 3 times a year for the past 4 or 5 years. As the Chronicle's Adler documents, the industry employees Adler does a good job of reporting on the ethical professional misrepresentation. What we'd like to see now are investigations of the practice published by the newspapers that have been duped.
And finally, Time Magazine's April 26th issue is mostly devoted to its women, the 100 most influential people in the world. One has jumped out, statistician Bjorn Lomborg, whose profile ran under the headline Green Contrarian. As Time put it, quote, Lomborg examined the state of the world using reputable sources and long series of data in his book, The Skeptical Environmentalist, and found a surprising thing. By most measures, the planet is getting healthier, less pollution, more forests, more food per head, close quote. But Lomborg's work has been challenged by scientists for being sloppy and inconsistent. Time spins these well-documented criticisms, though, reporting that environmentalists reacted to Lomborg, quote, by fanning the flames with intemperate attacks. He was vilified in Scientific American magazine, close quote. What actually happened in Scientific American, not exactly a vilification journal, was that 4 scientific experts evaluated different chapters in Lomborg's book. As the magazine explained, Lomborg's book is, quote, marred by an incomplete use of the data or a misunderstanding of the underlying science. Even where his statistical analyses are valid, his interpretations are frequently off the mark, close quote. The critiques that followed explained Lomborg's inadequate understanding of various subjects, his misleading citations, and his carelessness. To Time magazine, though, that amounts to a smear job. That Time would put Lomborg at the top of its environmentalist list is perhaps no surprise. The 2002 Green Century issue blamed environmentalists for an apparent lack of environmental progress. One article chided activists for being, as the headline put it, too green for their own good. This time around, Time singled out 2 people for their supposed environmental credentials, Lomborg and John Brown, the CEO of the oil company BP, who is dubbed a global green oil movie. Oil company CEOs and discredited anti-environmentalist authors. Now these are the kinds of green activists Time magazine can embrace.
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a magazine called Extra. I'll be giving more information about Extra later on in the show. George Bush made news when he announced his support for Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's latest plan for Israel and Palestine. Sharon's plan calls for Israel to take permanent possession of large sections of the West Bank, deny Palestinians the right of return, while pledging an Israeli withdrawal from settlements in occupied Gaza. Bush called the plan courageous, a fantastic opportunity, and defined it as reflecting, quote, new realities on the ground, close quote. Terming the Sharon plan and Bush's support a major shift, the next day's New York Times ran 3 articles on the story. None of them mentioned that under international law, the settlements and the annexation of land captured in a war are illegal. But our guest, Ali Abunimah of the website Electronic Intifada, says the Bush-Sharon announcements do not present a major shift at all. He joins us now by phone. Welcome back to Counterspin, Ali Abunimah.
Thank you.
Ali, your column on Electronic Intifada is titled, Why All the Fuss About the Bush-Sharon Meeting? You don't think this is big news?
Well, it is and it isn't. I think it's big news for very different reasons than those that have been given in a lot of the mainstream coverage. In terms of substance, it's not very different from what President Clinton set out in his so-called parameters for Palestinian-Israeli peace before he left office. He envisaged that Israel would annex major settlement blocks in the occupied West Bank, and he also said that Israel should not be required to allow Palestinians expelled from their homes to return to them. So the difference in terms of substance is quite small, and I think that is confirmed by how quickly John Kerry came out to give his full endorsement to the Bush-Sharon Pact.
And in the Israeli political landscape, it's not all that much different either, is it?
No, not at all, because what I did in my article is to compare many of the statements, and we're not talking about, a statement here or there. We're talking about consistent policy statements from leaders of Israel's so-called peace camp, the Labour Party, people like Ehud Barak and Yossi Beilin, who've been the leading figures, and where they express a vision which is not very different from the vision of Sharon, where they all agree that getting rid of responsibility for Gaza is good for Israel, and in all final settlement plans, they agree that major settlement blocks housing most of the settlers will stay in the West Bank, and Palestinian refugees will have to relinquish their human rights. So there is a consensus in Israel, and this isn't so much a break from it. Why this is significant is, I think, the timing and the signal it sends to Israel from the United States.
But what's also different about this is the way the Palestinian leadership is cut out of the picture.
Well, it goes back to a time where the United States and Israel thought they could pretend that the Palestinian people don't exist, that by simply refusing to talk to them, refusing to recognize their existence, that the problem could be solved. Of course, that's not going to work. I think with everything that's going on in Iraq, Bush's warm embrace of Ariel Sharon really sends a signal to the Palestinians and to the broader Arab world of what can only be viewed in that part of the world as increasing American hostility to them. And that's why I think this is particularly dangerous and ill-timed. And it does give a green light to Israel to continue to flout international law any way it wants. And we saw that because the first thing Sharon did when he got back home was to order the assassination of Rantisi, the new leader of Hamas.
While the New York Times failed to mention the illegality of the Israeli settlements, one of its April 15th articles actually referred to George Bush's recognition of, quote, Israel's right to retain some of the West Bank settlements, close quote. As Fair has noted, a decade ago, U.S. media outlets routinely referred to the West Bank and Gaza as occupied territories, but now they often use the more Israel-friendly term disputed territories, if they use any term at all. Ali Abunimah, what about the importance of language in reporting about the Middle East story?
It's very important, and you give a very interesting example. The New York Times there is talking about a right to keep settlement, when in fact there are dozens of Security Council resolutions, the Geneva Convention of 1949, which state very clearly that the settlements are illegal, that an occupying power cannot transfer its civilians into the territory it occupies. So it's unambiguous in international law that Israel has no right whatsoever to keep settlements. In fact, it's required to remove them. Whereas when we talk about a clearly established right in international law, the right of refugees to return, where again, there are UN resolutions which have been affirmed and voted on for 50 years, which say clearly Palestinian refugees have a right to return. And there, we hear qualifying language in the media, a so-called right to return, or Palestinians say they have a right to return, as if, it's simply a matter of opinion. And this lack of context all goes to distort the situation where Palestinians are claimants on something that, they have no right to, whereas Israel is acting due to rights it has. So it's a complete reversal. And it's ironic that the U.S. media is more willing to talk about U.S. occupation of Iraq than it is to talk about Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza.
In reporting on the Sharon Plan and Bush's support of it on April 14th, all three network evening news shows and NPR led their reports with Israel's pledge to pull out of Gaza. In many ways, the least important part of the story, as Israel has never been very interested in keeping Gaza. But you say even that part of the story has been distorted.
Yes, it's very deceptive. I mean, what Israel is very good at is sort of giving a big headline and having lots and lots of small print. And people look at the big headline and they don't look at the small print. And it's really the small print you have to look at. We've had a number of articles that I think are very significant. One in the Washington Post on April 17th, one by Tom Oliphant in the Boston Globe on the 20th, and one on April 22nd by Meron Ben-Benisti, a former Israeli deputy mayor of Jerusalem, and he was writing in the Haaretz newspaper, and all of them point out that here Israel is not even really talking about withdrawal from Gaza. It's talking about removing the settlers, yes, but it's also talking about continuing overall control. So Israel will control the borders of Gaza all the way around. It will control the airspace. It will control the water. It will control the sea, so Palestinians won't even be able to go onto their fishing boats without the Israeli Navy being there. And it will retain the right, in its terms, to enter and leave Gaza whenever it wants to. So what it is in fact doing, as these articles point out, is not so much withdrawing from Gaza as turning Gaza into a giant prison for 1.5 million Palestinians and then renouncing all responsibility for the welfare and future of those Palestinians.
Bush defended Israel's annexation of large parts of the West Bank by referring to new realities on the ground. Bush was, of course, referring to the changing demographics in the West Bank resulting from years of colonization. What do you think are the chances Bush and Sharon will endorse similar claims by, say, the Chinese government over Tibet?
Well, Bush saying new realities on the ground is really like the gentleman murdering his parents and then claiming mercy because he's an orphan. The reason there are these new realities on the ground is because of decades of Israeli violation of international law with full U.S. support and funding. So it's absolutely absurd. The other new reality on the ground is that the Jewish population in Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza is rapidly becoming a minority. Very soon, Palestinians are once again going to be an overall majority in that country. And Israel has an interest, and the U.S. has an interest in encouraging Israel to make a fair and just peace with the Palestinians. But unfortunately, we don't see any leadership for that coming from Bush, Kerry, or the cheerleaders in the U.S. media.
We've been speaking with Ali Abu Nima of the online website Electronic Intifada. You can read his latest article, Wild the Fuss About the Bush-Sharon Meeting, on the group's website at www.electronicintifada.net. Thanks again for joining us on Counterspin, Ali Abu Nima.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
You often hear advocates of the Iraq War complain that critics of the occupation too often dwell on the negative stories in Iraq, ignoring the quote-unquote good news of improved electricity and rebuilt schools and hospitals. But a new report suggests that some of the toughest criticism is coming from inside the Coalition Provisional Authority. With us to discuss his report, Fables of the Reconstruction, is investigative journalist Jason Vest. Welcome back to Counterspin, Jason Vest.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Now, you got a look at an internal memo that sort of reviews the occupation so far. You point out that the author is a strong supporter of the war, that he writes nice things about Ahmed Chalabi, but the memo is pretty harsh and even warns of the potential for civil war. What struck you most about the content of this memo and made you want to write about it? What makes it really newsworthy, do you think?
Well, what struck me the most about it was its fairly blunt language discussing the endemic corruption, nepotism, and cronyism emanating from the Iraqi Governing Council, which was appointed by the Coalition Provisional Authority, and within the ranks of the acting ministers appointed by the Iraqi Governing Council. I thought the line, "their corruption is our corruption," was particularly telling and particularly arresting. So that was one of the more compelling points I found in the memo.
Because some of the criticisms have been voiced from outsiders, and certainly critics of the war have made some of these points, but is it just the fact that it's coming from inside and coming from such a strong advocate? Is that what really kind of shocks you?
Well, it doesn't necessarily shock me because I think they're within the ranks of, hawks. I really think there were two different strains. There was one group that really believed that we would come into Iraq and everything to Saddam would almost be instantaneously fine. And I think there was another group that was somewhat more grounded and realized that there were certainly going to be charitably challenges and that it would take a certain degree of effort. So, it seems to me like the author of this was more in the second camp than the first. And again, as I noted, there are points that are clearly optimistic, perhaps more optimistic than reality reflects. But it's nonetheless very compelling for me to see someone who apparently was such a strong advocate and true believer be so pointedly critical, be so blunt about things that are imperiling Iraq's future.
You write that the memo also critiques the occupation's press operations in Iraq. Tell us a little bit about what you saw there.
Well, it doesn't have particularly kind words for this Dan Senor character. And what it essentially says is that whenever the Iraqis themselves have actually accomplished something, the CPA press operation is headed by this guy who is really seen as Bush's mouthpiece in Iraq, moves in to quickly have the Americans or the CPA claim credit. That this is one of the things that is undermining whatever nascent indigenous authority the Iraqis are trying to craft themselves.
It's like creating the news or crafting the news for the home audience. Well, one thing that jumped out at me was the comments about Iraq's electricity. Most of the media accounts you see about Iraq count the power situation among the successes in Iraq, but the memo kind of suggests otherwise, right?
That's correct, and I think it notes that the only sort of continuous electricity is being provided by people with their own personal gasoline-powered generators on a small scale. And I further in the piece get into a very good piece of reporting that ran in the magazine Southern Exposure earlier this year, along with another piece of mine that explored the failings of the new electricity regime. So that's something that devout listeners of Counterspin might want to check out as well.
Now, you point out in the article, and you've just mentioned it just a few questions ago, that some of the concerns over post-war planning should have been well known. You wrote a piece yourself for the Village Voice in March of last year, headlined "The War After the War," that discussed Army War College studies that warned of real crisis that could have been coming in Iraq. This memo seems to suggest that these fears are fairly widespread among a certain contingent. Now, it's often said that the mainstream media love whistleblowers and this kind of internal conflict inside government. What do you think it is about these stories that don't seem to be really interesting the D.C. press corps right now?
That's a very good question, and the thing that I found in my experience, I tend to take the approach in my reporting very much that of an outsider. I have a lot of sources in the intelligence and military and diplomatic communities, but for me, I always start with what's openly and publicly available, which is often stuff that most mainstream reporters neglect, because there's a culture in Washington journalism that sort of perversely holds, the more unnamed sources there are in a story, the more credibility it somehow has. And what has happened in Washington is that it used to be the prerogative of journalists to grant anonymity or background status to our sources. Now, it's now institutionalized, like in the National Security Council. They will usher reporters into a room, present a senior national security official, and say, you can only identify this person as a senior official, and that's that. So I think, a lot of reporters are kind of now at the mercy of their sources and their agendas. And they also don't legitimately have the time or take the time, to really look at some of the better stuff that is out there. And a point I've made repeatedly, in conversation and implicitly in stuff I've done in the past few years, is that really the most prescient, informed, and thoughtful critics of this administration's national security policy have actually come from within the ranks of the military itself, and particularly out of the War College studies and War College journals. So, a lot of the stuff is out there, publicly available, and easily accessible, but I think there's something intrinsic to the current culture of Washington journalism that, where it doesn't end up on the radar, there isn't time, or reporters don't, assign as great importance to those things as they do what, their sources with agendas, have to tell them. And then within the administration, you also have a number of people who really have nothing but utter contempt for career bureaucrats or career professionals in the diplomatic corps, in the military, and in the intelligence community, who have been producing excellent reports, and again, very prescient reports that simply conflict with the view of reality they hold. So, you have two problems. One is both within government and then within journalism.
We've been speaking with Jason Vest. He's a senior correspondent for the American Prospect. His article, Fables of the Reconstruction, was commissioned by the Association of Alternative News Weeklies. Read it for yourself at www.aam.org. Jason Vest, thanks for joining us this week on Counterspin.
Thank you. Pleasure as always.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns at the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. For subscription information, you can call the following toll-free number, 1-800-847-3993. That's 1-800-847-3993. Be sure to tell them you heard about Extra here on Counterspin. If you missed part of today's show or would like to hear something from the Counterspin archives, you can do that at FAIR's website at www.fair.org. This show is engineered by Alex Noyes at Mercer Media and co-hosted by Peter Hart and myself, Steve Rendell. Thanks for listening to Counterspin. Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Steve Rendell, here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, the U.S.'s campaign to win hearts and minds seems to have run into a snag in Fallujah, where the military attack and siege has cost hundreds of Iraqi civilians their lives. How important is the Fallujah story, and how well has U.S. journalism covered it? We'll talk to journalist Rahul Mahajan of EmpireNotes.org. He's just returned from Iraq, where he spent some time in besieged Fallujah. Also on Counterspin, the Bush administration is making yet another attempt to sell the public on the Patriot Act. This time around, it was George W. Bush himself doing the selling, but did the news media fail to point out the inaccuracies and deception in Bush's pro-Patriot speeches? We'll put that question to Greg Nogine of the ACLU. All that's coming up, but first we'll take a look back at the week's press.
Sometimes political scandals involve newsworthy events, and then there are the others, the ones either created or given life by the press corps, such as the case with the controversy over John Kerry's medical records from Vietnam. ABC World News Tonight explained on April 21st that Kerry's Vietnam service, quote, has become the subject of controversy, close quote. Well, what's the controversy? Some Kerry critics suggest that maybe he shouldn't have received his first Purple Heart, though the claim is weak at best. During an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press, Kerry pledged to release his medical records to answer those charges. End of story? Not quite. Kerry allegedly didn't get the records out fast enough. ABC included a soundbite from Republican National Committee Chairman Ed Gillespie saying, quote, when President Bush committed to release all his military records on the same program, he kept his word. John Kerry should do the same, quote. Now, good reporter would point out that Kerry's records were available on the Wednesday following the Sunday interview. When Bush made his promise on the same show, partial records were out by Tuesday, with others released on Friday. So the whole premise of this story, that Bush beat Kerry on his document release, is false. But that seemed to be the only thing giving the story legs. NBC reporter Norah O'Donnell was doing virtually the same report as ABC was, including Republican claims about Kerry's foot dragging. Perhaps it's inevitable that campaign coverage will include this sort of political back and forth. But when one side is making blatantly deceptive claims, it's the media's job to point that out, especially when it's the whole premise of the story.
Chalk up another victory for fair activists after a Fair Action Alert called attention to an inaccurate statement made by Jim Lehrer of PBS's NewsHour. The anchor read a corrected editor's note at the end of the show's April 26th broadcast. Lehrer initially aired in the show's April 7th broadcast when he insisted that U.S. officials shut down the Shia newspaper Al Hausa because it had called for violence against Americans. Failing to produce any documentation for his charge, and after receiving hundreds of messages from fair activists asking for a correction, Lehrer finally saw the light. He explained in his editor's note, quote, "In an attempt to clarify what a guest had said, I stated it was because the paper had called for violence against Americans," close quote. So far so good, he was corrected, but then Lehrer continued, quote, "I should have said that was the reason given by the coalition," close quote. But that was wrong. The coalition had not charged Al Hausa with calling for violence, but with printing false stories that could incite violence. So Lehrer had included another error in his correction. Oh well, at least he seems to be trying.
The Bush administration's selection of John Negroponte as the new ambassador to Iraq provided a chance for media to look at the nominee's long and controversial record. But one of the worst summaries of Negroponte's career came in the April 20th edition of USA Today. In the first paragraph, reporter Bill Nichols claims that Negroponte, quote, is widely regarded as a quintessential, if soft-spoken, diplomat, quote. Well, that might not be the first thing that comes to mind when you think of John Negroponte. USA Today also pointed out that he, quote, would bring to the job a solid reputation at the United Nations, where he has helped craft major resolutions on Iraq over the past 18 months, close quote. That's true if you happen to think that the U.S. reputation at the United Nations right now is much to brag about. When the paper finally gets to the most controversial parts of Negroponte's career, his record as ambassador to Honduras during the Iran-Contra years, it gives readers little information. The paper reports that some Democratic senators have tried to ask Negroponte about death squads in Honduras, a phrase the paper oddly puts in quotes. USA Today explains that Negroponte, quote, denies any knowledge of wrongdoing, close quote. The actual record, though, is less forgiving. A 1995 series in the Baltimore Sun, for example, documented widespread torture and killing by Battalion 316, a CIA-trained unit of the Honduran army. Negroponte's predecessor in Honduras claimed that it would have been impossible for him not to know about this and other similar activities. And there is substantial evidence that calls into question Negroponte's denials. But don't tell that to USA Today, which is preoccupied with wondering if Negroponte's quote-unquote courtly style will work in Iraq. They might want to inquire about what his history in Honduras, which is anything but courtly, will mean for Iraq's future.
Since historical grievances are key to understanding the current Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you'd hope that media would get the history right. ABC Nightline reporter Richard Gisbert, however, did a poor job of explaining why Palestinians Sharon. According to Gisbert's April 22nd report, their hostility goes back to the 1982 invasion of Lebanon and the massacres that occurred then at Palestinian refugee camps. As Gisbert explained, quote, the Israelis didn't do the actual killing, but Sharon is blamed by Palestinians for an infamous war crime, the massacre at the refugee camps, close quote. But reducing this history to a Palestinian allegation is misleading. In fact, it was an Israeli investigation, the Kahan Commission, which found that Sharon bore indirect responsibility for the massacres. Too often, the media reduce this conflict to a he-said-she-said dispute. In cases like this, that leaves viewers in the dark about the facts.
And finally, to highlight the annual World Bank IMF meetings in Washington, the New York Times profiled the president of the World Bank, James Wolfenson, on April 21st. Reporter Elizabeth Becker described Wolfenson as a man who, despite trying, quote, to revive the human side of the bank's mission, close quote, nevertheless faces protests from, quote, activists who view him as selling out his early promise, close quote. How has he sold out? And what are the activists protesting? Becker couldn't seem to figure that out. After all, she wrote, quote, Wolfenson has left a considerable legacy, according to friends and foes alike, close quote. She then cites as evidence a drop in the number of people in poverty, advances in public health, and a debt forgiveness program for the poorest nations. Becker found 4 sources to praise Wolfenson's genius and his persistence on these issues. One detractor who still admitted to being impressed with Wolfenson's openness, and not a single specific criticism of World Bank policies. Reading such an admiring account of Wolfenson's tenure, one might conclude that protesters have little to complain about. But in the week leading up to the World Bank meeting, 3 organizations released damning reports documenting the harmful effects of World Bank policies on poor countries. The report suggests that the bank's loan agreements require countries to slash domestic spending and to privatize national services such as water and healthcare, often stifling economic growth and quality of life gains in those countries. Most of the credit for the drop in global poverty during Wolfenson's watch goes to dramatic growth in China and India, 2 countries that have resisted many of the World Bank's structural adjustment schemes. And the much-touted debt reduction program, which was initiated only after tremendous global activism and pressure, has failed to reach its stated goals, leaving Africa to continue paying more debt each year than it receives in aid. A considerable legacy indeed.
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a magazine called Extra. I'll give subscription information for Extra later on in the show. It's a funny way to win hearts and minds, but the U.S. military's assault and siege of Fallujah has taken the lives of hundreds of civilians in the last few weeks. Initially claiming operations in Fallujah were to root out insurgents and bring justice to the killers of U.S. contractors, the U.S. motives there have now come into question. Appearing April 29th on public radio station WNYC in New York City, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Sam Gardner, a military operations expert, said it looked to him like the White House authority would be attacking Fallujah as retribution for the killings of the U.S. contractors and Marines. Gardner said that was in order to send a message that no one was going to interfere with the U.S.'s plans with Iraq. Joining us now is journalist Rahul Mahajin from the website EmpireNotes.org. Mahajin has just returned from several weeks in Iraq, where he spent some time inside Fallujah early on in the siege. Welcome back to Counterspin, Rahul Mahajin.
Great to be back, Steve.
Rahul, let's begin with the overall import of the siege of Fallujah. How important is this story, do you think?
This is critical. In fact, I wrote at one point that the events of the past few weeks may be seen in the future as just as much of a turning point for the world as the events surrounding 9/11. This is the time, in this past month or 5 weeks, this is the time when any possibility for the United States to build some kind of stable military client regime that is accepted by just enough Iraqis that it can survive pretty much seems to have collapsed, and Iraqi public opinion is crystallizing from resentment and frustration into anger and resistance.
Do you feel like the U.S. press is giving that sort of import to the story? Is seeing the story the same way you are?
No, I don't. In fact, it was hard to always get a clear sense of what was going on in the U.S. media while I was there, but I got the impression that Bob Woodward's latest book of trading on his own access to the president was being treated as more important than this critical turning point in the occupation.
Well, there's a late-breaking story as we tape this show on April 29th that an agreement has been reached where Iraqi security forces will go into Fallujah and U.S. forces will withdraw. I wonder if you could comment on that.
Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that these are Iraqi security forces under a rehabilitated Ba'athist General Saddam. They didn't give the full name, but most likely Lieutenant General Salah Aboud al-Jabouri, who was the governor of Al-Anbar province, which includes Fallujah and Ramadi. So this is just yet another example of the feeling that Iraqis have and express all the time about the occupation. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Why wouldn't they welcome this former friend of Saddam, former colleague of Saddam, this Ba'athist
I would say they probably will welcome him more than they would an American commander of forces there. I mean, the status of the occupation has fallen that low. But the standard story that they give you about Fallujah, the Ba'athist stronghold, the Saddamist stronghold, is simply untrue, and people who knew anything about the politics and history of Iraq would not be able to make this claim. There were Saddamist strongholds like Tikrit and to a lesser degree Samarra, but Fallujah, ever since 1995, when Saddam killed one of the big native sons of Al-Anbar province, Mohammed al-Masoud al-Sulaimi, there's been almost an open state of blood feud between some of the tribes in Al-Anbar province and Saddam's tribe.
Well, on media coverage of Fallujah over the last few weeks, we've seen repeated news reports saying the U.S. is trying to keep down the numbers of civilian casualties inside Fallujah. For instance, in the New York Times on April 27th, Eric Schmidt reports that the U.S. Marine strategy in Fallujah is designed to avoid civilian casualties. What do you say to that?
Well, what I would say is that assaults on residential areas with AC-130 gunships cannot possibly be designed to minimize civilian casualties. Attacks by snipers in which, by the evidence of my own eyes, I saw that people who were hit and wounded or killed were a full cross-section of the population, including women, children, and old people, are hardly designed to limit civilian casualties. The use of 2,000-pound bombs, again, in residential areas. If they wanted to limit civilian casualties, they should have had Marine riflemen go on the ground without all of this bombing from the air. This is just another example of what we've seen so often, especially with Fallujah, which is that the military makes some claim, like Mark Kimmett can say, well, 95% of the people killed are fighting men, and it's simply reported without any attempt at critical questioning or interrogating those claims.
In one of your dispatches on EmpireNotes.org, you issue an estimate of the number of women and children, the number of civilians that have died inside Fallujah. What did you find?
Well, the numbers I quote in the article on Empire Notes are actually from the director of Fallujah General Hospital, who said over 600 people killed, roughly 200 women, roughly 100 children. I saw myself about 20 casualties come in to one small clinic that was being used as a hospital over the course of several hours. And again, the composition of those casualties are completely consistent with those numbers.
While we've seen some of those numbers in mainstream media accounts, it seems like the mainstream media, with all its resources, has a hard time finding this information. Why is it so easy for you, do you think, and so difficult for them?
Well, in the case of Fallujah, very recently, one of their excuses is actually legitimate. It's been difficult for Western reporters to get in recently. This doesn't explain why for so many months, when so many reporters have been covering the occupation, there are huge stories that go completely uninvestigated, like, for example, where is an accounting of the CPA's use of Iraq's oil revenues? No reporters have gone and done that, even though it would have been very easy. In this case, however, very few Western journalists got in, and the problem is rather that there's this wholesale dismissal of Arab journalists, of reports from eyewitnesses on the ground. There was a slight improvement in this reporting as refugees from Fallujah got to Baghdad, and a handful of reporters have actually interviewed them and reported what they said.
There are many media assumptions in covering this story, and one of them is that day one of the Fallujah story really began on that day when the 4 U.S. contractors were killed. I believe 5 Marines were killed that day, too. Is that really day one of this story?
To me, day one of this story is 1 year and 1 day ago, April 28th of 2003. It's before the end of what Bush then called a major combat operation. And there is a protest in Fallujah. Human Rights Watch people who investigated found no reason to believe that the people protesting were armed, even if there were some guns, though they were certainly a peaceful, nonviolent protest. And U.S. soldiers fired into a crowd of a few hundred people, killing 15. A couple days later, they killed again 3 civilians. And this set off the constant cycle of violence and resistance, and increasing resentment and hatred of the people of Fallujah against the soldiers in the occupation. That's what it started.
Rahul, I want to change directions a little bit here. In today's New York Times, today is April 29th, There's a story about Al Jazeera and about how the coalition has begun to analyze the accuracy of Arab media outlets. They use something they call a truth matrix. What is your thoughts about the recent sort of assault, really, on Arab media, particularly Al Jazeera?
Well, first of all, it really is an assault. I mean, I think it's scandalous that the military has attacked Al Jazeera headquarters so many times that the military made Al Jazeera's withdrawal from Fallujah initially tried to make it a condition of the ceasefire, and that the Western media, who you think ought to have some sort of collegial relationship with their fellows in the Arab world, don't say anything about this, don't make a big deal about this extremely blatant, direct violent coercion against the media. So that's one kind of assault. And then there's this other kind of assault that I'd love to see a truth matrix done on Judith Miller's reporting about weapons of mass destruction in the New York Times.
Rahul, you've had the kind of access that not too many reporters in Iraq have had. You got into Fallujah. Tell us about the reaction you've received from mainstream U.S. media outlets now that you've returned to the United States, and they should be clamoring to hear what you have to say, shouldn't they?
Well, they should be, and I will say that there is more attention right now than one generally gets for these kinds of exposés. But yes, they haven't exactly been beating down the door. But I must say that because we did go in, and because there were several Western journalists, freelancers, and others who did publish reports corroborating the claims of Al Jazeera and so on, that finally some of them are getting reported and used as sources in the Western media. It just goes to show what can happen if you really do if you do work hard at sort of uncovering the story, even though sort of doing their jobs for them.
We've been speaking with journalist Rahul Mahajan. You can read his reports on Iraq and other issues at his website, empirenotes.org. Thanks again for joining us, Rahul Mahajan.
Thanks for having me.
Last summer, the Bush administration went on a PR offensive in support of the Patriot Act. At the time, Attorney General John Ashcroft made appearances all across the country, touting the law's effectiveness in fighting the so-called War on Terror. In recent days, George W. Bush has been making a similar pitch, but our next guest suggests that Bush's claims deserve closer scrutiny. Greg Nojheim is an associate director at the D.C. Legislative Office of the American Civil Liberties Union. He joins us now by telephone. Welcome to Counterspin, Greg Nojheim.
Thank you.
Now, the ACLU released a point-by-point rebuttal of Bush's Patriot Act claims. Why don't you give us a few of the highlights?
Well, first, the president said that the act expires next year. The act is only a small portion of the act, and it doesn't come until the very end of next year. And then the president went on to say that the law for the Patriot Act didn't allow for roving wiretaps to be used against terrorists, when in fact it did. And the untruths go on and on. He said that delayed notification search warrants, those are sneak and peek search warrants, those couldn't be used against terrorists before the Patriot Act. And that's false too, because in the few cases where they were authorized, they were never limited, as the president said, to gang activity. So there were just a number of untruths that the president uttered, and there were a number of other cases where the Justice Department officials describing the Patriot Act made similar misstatements.
Now, one of the themes that we've seen in this coverage, and also the coverage of the 9/11 Commission, is this so-called wall between the FBI and CIA. That was also part of Bush's talks, wasn't it?
Yes, and the President and the Department of Justice have both mischaracterized the limits that are on information sharing, and that were on information sharing. For example, the Patriot Act didn't do anything to facilitate the sharing of information between the part of the FBI that got the Phoenix memo and the part of the FBI that was investigating Moussaoui. That information could have been shared and wasn't. The Patriot Act had nothing to do with that. And the president talked about a case in Portland, Oregon, where local officials clued the FBI in on potential terrorist activity. And the president suggested that the Patriot Act allowed the FBI to share information with local officials, the local officials to share information with the FBI, but it didn't have anything to do with that information sharing. And in fact, the information sharing to which the president referred occurred before the Patriot Act was enacted.
Now, the coverage of Bush's Patriot talks is often rather vague. On TV, you're likely to hear a Bush soundbite, and it's followed by a reference to some very vague criticism of the act. Reporters might argue that they just don't have the time or the space to get into these kinds of details. How would you respond to that idea?
I think the important thing is that reporters tell the truth. And if they are simply repeating by rote what the President or the Justice Department said, or for that matter what the ACLU said, they're not really doing their jobs. Take, for example, the Wall Street Journal piece that appeared on January 22nd of 2000. All it does is repeat what the Department of Justice said. Contrast that to the April 20th news story in USA Today. It says not just what the President said, but what the law actually requires. Gives the President his due, and quotes him where he speaks about the Patriot Act, but it also gives objective information about what the Patriot Act actually does.
Now, some in the media suggest that real-life examples of how the Patriot Act actually works are often hard to come by. As Fox News Channel's Bill O'Reilly often claims, he supports the Patriot Act because he hasn't heard of anyone being harmed by it. Now, there's some breaking news about the ACLU and the Patriot Act. It's a story in the Washington Post that's headlined, and I'm not making this up, Patriot Act suppresses news of challenge to Patriot Act. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this story?
Well, the ACLU filed a lawsuit challenging the national security letter, one of the national security letter provisions in the Patriot Act. And we had to file the lawsuit under seal because there's a statutory gag provision that makes it, in some cases, unlawful to fully describe exactly what we were doing. And we can't even confirm or deny that we're representing any entity other than ourselves in this case. And it made it very difficult for us to even talk about that provision of the Patriot Act because we were barred from doing it. And when somebody says nobody is pointing out abuses of the Patriot Act, well, much of the Patriot Act authorizes, requires the kind of secrecy that made it so that the American Civil Liberties Union couldn't talk about this case when first we filed it.
Now, finally, Greg, we have about a minute left. What would you say are some of the biggest difficulties in talking to reporters about the Patriot Act? They're getting one side of the story from the Justice Department, one side of the story from you. What difficulties do you have in talking to reporters and trying to get them to focus in on what the Act actually says?
It's an education process. The reporters who cover the Act for over a long period have usually become familiar with it. But reporters who are new to it, they need to learn about it relatively quickly. They're all on deadlines. And it's a challenge. It's not a simple law. I'm not saying that it's a simple law, but it is one that can be covered if people put in the time and do a little bit of research.
We've been speaking with Greg Nojine. He's the Associate Director of the D.C. Legislative Office of the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU. Visit them online at www.aclu.org. Greg Nojine, thanks for joining us this week here on Counterspin.
Thank you.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns of the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Steve Rendell, here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, the White House is trying to contain the story that Iraqi prisoners were abused, tortured, and even killed while in U.S. custody by claiming the actions were isolated exceptions. But instead of raising tough questions and probing the legal aspects of the case, many journalists are simply reporting about how the actions affect the U.S. image and interests abroad. Law professor Marjorie Cohen will join us to talk about that story. Also this week, John Kerry's had a rough couple of weeks, put on the defensive about his Vietnam record, his church, and some alleged missteps and gaffes. But what should we know about the charges against Kerry and the people who are making them? We'll ask columnist and author Joe Conason. All that's coming up, but first we'll take a look back at the week's press.
The New York Times reported on May 5th that Disney is forbidding its subsidiary, Miramax Films, to distribute Michael Moore's new documentary in the U.S. and Canada. The film, Fahrenheit 9/11, explores the Bush family's personal and financial ties to the Saudi royal family and the decision to evacuate relatives of Osama bin Laden from the U.S. after the September 11th attacks. A Disney executive explained that the company believed the film could alienate many of its customers and that it was not in its interest to, quote, be dragged into a highly charged partisan political battle, close quote. Given that corporations like Disney control much of the public discussion in the United States, this unwillingness to air controversial viewpoints is chilling enough. But Moore's agent, Ari Emanuel, charges that Disney has an even more disturbing reason. He says Disney chief executive Michael Eisner was concerned that the film could put Disney's tax breaks in Florida at risk. Now, Disney may have another reason to reject a film that might offend the Saudi royal family. A powerful member of that family, Al-Walid bin Talal, owns a major stake in Euro Disney and has been instrumental in the past in bailing out the financially troubled amusement park. And this year he has met with Eisner about additional investments. Now, whatever Disney's rationale, it's not that there's no audience waiting to see the film. Moore's last documentary, Bowling for Columbine, grossed $58 million worldwide. But when giant corporations are making the decisions, the fact that millions of people might want to see a film doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to, especially if that film might conflict with the corporation's other interests.
On April 30th, ABC's Nightline devoted its broadcast to reading the list of U.S. soldiers who have died in Iraq. But some viewers couldn't see the program. The Sinclair Broadcast Group, which owns several ABC affiliates, lost the Nightline show on their stations. Piedmont Television and 3 ABC affiliates also filed a follow suit. Sinclair argued that the show was not news, but a political statement. But then Sinclair gave an explicit political rationale for censoring the show. Sinclair asked why Nightline chose to read the names of troops killed in Iraq rather than civilians killed in the September 11 terrorist attacks, and claimed that the answer would reveal the real motivation behind Nightline's broadcast. Sinclair, a significant political journalist, is no stranger to journalistic controversy. Shortly after September 11th, Sinclair executives required stations to air editorial statements in support of the Bush administration. In February, Sinclair secretary to Iraq to cover the good news that was allegedly going unreported in the rest of the media. Despite widespread criticism of its decision, Sinclair found one ally. Fox News Channel announced that in order to provide the context Nightline lacked, it would run a list of the military's accomplishments in Iraq on its show Fox News Sunday. In order to make an informed judgment on whether the war's goals are worth the cost, the public needs to know the costs, and it's journalist's job to know them. Tonight's episode may have inspired some viewers to oppose the war, while for others it may have strengthened their support. But the decision to watch should have been theirs, not Sinclair's or Piedmont's.
A May 10th Time magazine piece by Karen Tumulty headlined What Kerry Meant to Say argues that John Kerry is having some serious trouble getting his message straight. Tumulty writes about the, quote, traps that the Bush campaign is adept at setting for Kerry and the personality trait that makes Kerry walk right into them, close quote. Some of Kerry's alleged missteps are inaccurately portrayed by Time. Tumulty writes that a recent TV appearance by Kerry was weak, quote, asked yet again recently on Meet the Press just whom he meant when he said he has heard from world leaders that Bush has to go, Kerry lamely offered, you can go to New York City, and you can be in a restaurant, and you can meet a foreign leader, close quote. Tumulty is twisting around what actually happened. Tim Russert's question began by citing a Washington Times account of what Kerry said in March about leaders who want Bush out of office. Russert explained that the Times had done some research and that Kerry's travel schedule did not reflect any meetings with foreign leaders. So he's been caught, right? Well, not really. Kerry never said he went overseas and met anyone. The Times had based its reporting on a dubious interpretation of an erroneous transcript. So Kerry's response to Russert, which Time found lame, was actually a correction of Russert's question, followed by a substantive response to it. Tumulty wonders if Kerry's stumbles are similar to Al Gore's troubles in 2000. But many of Gore's gaffes were minor incidents blown out of proportion by the media. Tumulty writes that these, quote, stuck to Gore like chewing gum on his shoe, close quote. Of course, the charges did not just happen to stick to Gore, they were affixed to his campaign by lazy reporters. It remains to be seen if the same will happen to Kerry.
Recent episodes of journalistic self-criticism have revealed that some big-name reporters harbor bizarre beliefs about their professional roles. Washington Post big shot David Ignatius on why journalists fail to scrutinize official claims in the run-up to the Iraq War. Citing a non-existent journalistic rule, Ignatius says reporters couldn't really scrutinize administration claims about Iraq unless the questions were first raised by high-profile Democrats or policy analysts. Quote, in a sense, the media were victims of their own professionalism. Because there was little criticism of the war from prominent Democrats and foreign policy analysts, journalistic rules meant we shouldn't create a debate on our own, close quote. A year ago, CNN's Aaron Brown made a similar argument on Democracy Now! When he explained why CNN had given short shrift to the anti-war movement. The absence of dissent by Democrats in Congress, said Brown, was a prime reason. Quote, I think the Democratic Party just rolled over. There was no congressional debate, close quote. Funny, here at FAIR, we thought one of the major professional tasks of journalists was to go to those in power and hold their feet to the fire, without getting prior permission from a major political party.
And finally, to New York Times reporter Elizabeth Buemiller, critics of the Bush administration think that Dick Cheney is really running the show at the White House. As she writes on May 2nd, quote, the perception persists among Mr. Bush's most fervent critics. Mr. Cheney is de facto president, and a clueless Mr. Bush takes his orders from him, close quote. She adds that the quote-unquote angry left thinks Bush has a, quote, less than sharp mind. Therefore, Mr. Cheney must be running the country from under Mr. Bush's Oval Office desk, close quote. Well, now, if you're going to write a piece based on what the angry left is thinking, you'd be wise to include some comments from angry leftists. Buemiller, however, quotes a parade of Republicans commenting on this peculiar left-wing fantasy. White House Communications Chief Dan Bartlett, Ronald Reagan's Communications Director David Gergen, and Reagan aide Michael Deaver. Two historians are thrown into the mix, neither of whom offers a critical view of Bush. So where's the angry left? Well, there's one quote that actually supports Buemiller's point. It comes from late-night talk show host and Arnold Schwarzenegger pal Jay Leno. Perhaps he passes for an angry leftist at the New York Times.
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. I'll give subscription information for that later on in the show. The official response to evidence that American military and civilian personnel abused and tortured Iraqis at the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq has been to call the actions isolated and aberrant, and not at all representative of U.S. policy or behavior. Few in the mainstream media have questioned that official position. But as evidence of even more atrocious acts emerges, and reports that upwards of 25 prisoners may have died in U.S. custody in Afghanistan and Iraq, that official view is becoming less credible by the day. Marjorie Cohn is a professor of law at Thomas Jefferson Law School in San Diego, California, and vice president of the National Lawyers Guild. Her column on the subject, titled Torturing Hearts and Minds, can be read online at truthout.org. She joins us now to talk about the story. Welcome back to Counterspin, Marjorie Cohn.
My pleasure, Steve.
Well, let's begin with the latest news. Today, as we tape on May 6th, the Washington Post has published even more damning photos, and we're hearing that 25 or more prisoners may have died in U.S. custody in Afghanistan and Iraq. What's going on?
Well, I'm afraid that we are going to find that this is just the tip of the iceberg, And in fact, in mid-January, the Army issued a report finding systemic and illegal abuse. And I'm quoting from the report. They said numerous incidents of sadistic, blatant, and wanton criminal abuses. The Bush administration would like us to believe that they're just a few bad apples, and they will prosecute. They're now prosecuting 6 people who are low-level, in terms not officers in the military. But you've noticed that Bush did not apologize when he spoke on the Arab networks yesterday, and that's probably because he has been told about the doctrine of command responsibility, where if the commander knows or should have known about the atrocities, then he could be criminally liable as well. Bush said he didn't know anything about this until he heard it on 60 Minutes. That's like Reagan saying he didn't know about Iran-Contra. Everybody but the commander-in-chief knew, and it's clear that this is a massive cover-up. This makes Watergate pale in comparison, and, slap on the wrist in Rumsfeld, I think we're all very careful for.
U.S. officials, including George Bush, as you say, said the actions at Abu Ghraib are isolated and aberrant and not the U.S. norm. That view was countered in a May 5th Washington Post essay by Philip Kennicott, where he writes, quote, "This belief that the photographs are distortions, despite their authenticity, is indistinguishable from propaganda," close quote. So, do you have a little more to say about that, where these pictures are being just really framed as exceptions?
I'll tell you one thing, Steve. If we didn't have these pictures, the Bush administration would still be denying that it was taking place. I think that Kennicott is absolutely correct, and especially because this is not just isolated to that prison in Iraq. It goes throughout other prisons in Iraq and at Bagram Air Force Base, at the U.S. base in Afghanistan. The Washington Post last December publicized what amounts to torture of prisoners during interrogations there, where 2 prisoners have died and they're calling them homicides. Likewise, prisoners who have been released from Guantanamo prison have reported that the interrogations were like torture, that they were made to stand cruciform in the sun until they collapsed, that they were shot with rubber bullets. And 1 month before this torture at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, the military intelligence who were in charge of interrogation at Guantanamo traveled to this very prison in Iraq to inform them better how to soften up the prisoners for interrogation. This is rotten to the core, and it runs from the very top to the very bottom. And also, this is not just U.S. soldiers involved in this. This is mercenaries as well. The spin from the Bush administration calls them contractors, but they're mercenaries. There are 15,000 to 20,000 mercenaries in Iraq who are being paid big bucks to do everything from fighting to interrogation. They don't count as U.S. casualties, so there are really many more American deaths than we know. And they don't come under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which means that they aren't even supervised. But there is, we certainly cannot prosecute under the international, we can't be prosecuted, none of our people can be prosecuted in the International Criminal Court, because Bush has unsigned the criminal court on behalf of the United States. But there are federal statutes, both war crime statutes and the Alien Tort Claims Act for civil liability for people who were involved in this, and also for these so-called contractors, such as Titan Corporation here in San Diego, under the Geneva Convention. And human treatment or torture are considered to be war crimes.
Well, I think you might be right about the photos, that without those photos there would be no story, because Salon Magazine, Human Rights Watch, the International Red Cross all reported on these abuses before the pictures, but they didn't generate this sort of story. Changing directions a little bit, today's New York Times, that's the May 6th edition, has 3 front-page stories that focus on how the story is affecting the U.S. and its image and interest abroad. The most prominent of these is about Bush's attempts at damaging it. What about this framing of the story as if the only thing that matters is the U.S. and its interests?
Well, that's clearly what the Bush administration does all the time. That's what they did when all of the lies came out about why we went to Iraq. That's what they did when the 9/11 Commission was trying to get at the bottom of why we weren't prepared, and it was because Bush was off on a tangent, the neoconservative tangent, focusing on Iraq, which had nothing to do with 9/11. everything that comes out of the Bush administration and also on his very high-priced ads, his campaign ads, is spin. It's spin to make him look good. You never, ever see Bush getting up and saying, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. According to the Bush administration, he's perfect. He can do no wrong, and it just is counterintuitive.
In his most recent column, Norman Solomon says that with all the millions of words that have been devoted to this story, one word has been notably missing: racism. You had something to say about this in your own column on Truth Out as well. Tell us about that.
Yes, I should have used the word racism, but I talked about racism. I talked about, the U.S. soldiers who fought in Vietnam who were trained to think about the North Vietnamese as gooks. And the objectification of the non-white enemy made it more palatable to kill and abuse them. And that's what's happening now in Iraq. One U.S. official told the Los Angeles Times that, quote, there was a mentality that the people we're in charge of are not humans, unquote. And if you look at those pictures, what they did with those poor Iraqi people, and the latest picture on the front of the Washington Post today, treating this Iraqi person like a dog. Another image that came out yesterday was an elderly Iraqi woman who was made to crawl around on her hands and knees while an American soldier rode on her back like a donkey. I mean, what were they thinking? And how can we even say with a straight face that we're trying to bring good values to the Iraqi people? This is just playing right into Osama bin Laden's hands. I mean, he could not have asked for better propaganda for his cause that the Americans are infidels and have bad values that are opposed to his grand business. It's making us less safe, and that's why it's really baffling to me that the poll numbers show that Americans still think that Bush is better at fighting the war on terror than John Kerry would be, because everything Bush does makes us less safe.
We've been speaking with law professor Marjorie Cohn. She's also the executive vice president of the National Lawyers Guild. Her column, titled Torturing Hearts and Minds, can be read online at truthout.org. Thanks for joining us, Marjorie Cohn.
My pleasure, Steve.
Media watchers seem to agree that John Kerry's been having a rough couple of weeks. Despite all the bad news from Iraq, Kerry has been forced to defend himself against charges that he's not a good Catholic, that his Vietnam service is questionable, and that he's a flip-flopper on a number of key issues. But what should we know about the people making the charges against Kerry? And how have the media handled these very political charges? We're joined now by Joe Conason. He's a columnist for Salon.com and the New York Observer, and the author of the book Big Lies, The Right-Wing Propaganda Machine and How It Distorts the Truth. Joe, welcome back to Counterspin.
Thanks for having me.
Now let's take a look at some of these stories on their own. This past week we saw a concerted effort to raise doubts about Kerry's Vietnam record. Leading the charge was a man named John O'Neill, whose political record and his connections should be a part of any story about him. What should people know before they hear his case against John Kerry?
Well, John O'Neill is a partner in a law firm in Houston, and his partners there include Bush's former counsel as governor of Texas, who later went to work in the Bush administration in Washington as the deputy counsel in the Commerce Department, and another partner, a gentleman who died last January, Tex Lazar, was Bush's running mate as lieutenant governor when he first ran for governor in 1994. So this is a strong Republican, high-powered energy law firm in Houston, where John O'Neill has come from. Now, it's true that he's been a Kerry antagonist for many years, going back to the early 70s, when the Nixon administration had adopted him as kind of a counterpoint to Kerry. Kerry was helping to see the informant. O'Neill was a veteran of the Swing Votes in Vietnam, and was seen by the Nixon administration as kind of the clean-cut, pro-war alternative to Kerry. And he was promoted by Chuck Colson, who later went to prison in the Watergate scandal. But clearly O'Neill has strong Republican ties, and as this effort to smear Kerry has ramped up on the Republican side, other prominent Republicans have come in, notably a public relations woman named Mary Spaeth, who was the one who put together a press conference for a group of these veterans attacking Kerry this week. She is a longtime Republican activist, corporate media consultant, whose clients include the Wiley brothers from Texas, big financiers down there, who paid for a series of secretly financed ads in 2000 attacking John McCain in the primaries. She coached Kenneth Starr for his testimony in the House, urging the impeachment. So these are people who are at the very sort of top of the Republican apparatus nationally, and certainly with strong ties to the Bush campaign.
This raises an interesting question. There was a recent CBS Evening News report, and it was very critical of O'Neill's Swift Boat Group and pointed out that the charges seem to bear little resemblance to the public record on Kerry and his service. On the other hand, one could argue that even doing a story at all about O'Neill gives a platform to charges that perhaps don't merit much attention. What do you think the responsible decision for a journalist would be in a case like this?
Well, I think it's inevitable that some of this is going to get coverage, that some group of people steps forward to make charges and seem to have some standing. These are veterans of Vietnam against presidential candidates. Someone's going to cover them. And the responsible thing to do is to put it in context. That's always the best thing. Historical context, which I don't think most of the media have done a very good job of with these Vietnam issues, and political context, which is to say, who are these folks, what are their motivations, why are they saying the things they are, and who, if anyone, is behind them. I think actually what CBS did is probably the right thing to do, given the fact that these issues are going to be covered somewhere.
Now, Kerry's religion has also been thrust into the media spotlight. It's something you wrote about in your New York Observer column. Tell us a little bit about that. This is another one of those stories that seems to have been pushed into the mainstream media. It's kind of an obscure point, but it's getting a lot of attention.
Well, you know, John Kerry is the first Catholic to run for president on a major party ticket since John F. Kennedy in 1960. And the interesting difference this time is that instead of people worrying that somehow his religion will be overemphasized in his candidacy or his presidency, conservatives now want to make more of an issue of his religion. They want his religion to be a problem for him. And specifically, they want the fact that Kerry is a pro-choice politician, as most Democrats are, to become an obstacle for him in terms of being seen as a good Catholic by the electorate. And there's been a lot of pressure on bishops and cardinals and others in the church hierarchy to distance themselves from Kerry, up to and including the point of denying him communion. This is the demand that's been put forth by some conservatives. Now, the irony here, of course, is that, well, there are several ironies. One is somehow the pro-choice Republican Catholic politicians don't suffer this fate. Nobody has said on the right that Governor Pataki of New York, who's a pro-choice Catholic, should be denied communion, or the governor or the former Mayor Giuliani should be denied communion, even though they're pro-choice and Republicans. This is only something that's supposed to happen with Democrats. I guess it's a sin now to be a Democrat.
And Tom Ridge, I think, is another one of the...
Tom Ridge is another one. Former Governor Paul Cellucci of Massachusetts, who was strongly pro-choice and pro-gay, for that matter, and is now the ambassador to Canada. And for that matter, we now we see Catholic conservatives in places like Pennsylvania supporting Arlen Specter, a pro-choice Republican who happens to be Jewish, against an anti-choice, anti-abortion Catholic, Pat Toomey, who he just defeated in the primary there. So there's no consistency. As I said in the piece, this is about power, not principle.
Now, one of the subplots in all of this Kerry coverage is this idea that he's been put on the defensive about issues that should be his strengths, like his Vietnam record. You read some of this media speculation, and you're left with the impression that journalists don't actually make decisions about what they cover, that they're somehow obligated to write stories about Kerry's faith or a group of Republican veterans who don't care for him. Is it just effective PR by the GOP that gets this into the media?
I think the media always feels more pressure from the right than from the left in this country. They have for a long time. Until the left is able to mobilize the kind of noise and anger and pressure from their side that the right has really mastered over the last 20 years, I think the media will tend to succumb to that. They're not the most courageous or principled people in the world. They're sort of ordinary human beings, and they fall to pressure all too often.
Now, it's not too early to raise comparisons to the media coverage of Al Gore in 2000. Times' Karen Tumulty did that this week, though it's worth reminding people, obviously, that Gore's gaffes were mostly inventions by the media. Nonetheless, some of that negative coverage was chalked up to the fact that reporters just didn't seem to like Al Gore very much. Do you have any sense of what it is about Kerry that the media might not care for?
I think he's sometimes been seen as, I guess the word that's used most often is aloof. I don't think that's always true. I think he's actually managed to display some charm during the primaries. We'll see whether he ends up with the same kind of treatment that Gore got. Certainly there are some tendencies in that direction. His hometown paper, the Boston Globe, has been kind of leading the charge against him for reasons that I don't altogether understand. There may be some grudges there. But I think there are bigger problems at work here in this election, and that the president's vulnerabilities are probably going to even out the playing field a little bit better than it was in 2000. The president, people now know, misled the country into war and has shown staggering incompetence in the way he's managed our foreign policy and this war. And I think that will make it a little easier for Kerry going into this election.
We've been speaking with Joe Conason. You can read his work in the New York Observer and at Salon.com. His book, Big Lies, The Right-Wing Propaganda Machine and How It Distorts the Truth, is available now from Thomas Dunn Books. Joe Conason, thanks for joining us this week here on Counterspin.
Thanks for having me.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns at the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. For subscription information, you can call the following toll-free number, 1-800-847-3993. That's 1-800-847-3993. Be sure to tell them you heard about Extra here on Counterspin. If you missed part of today's show or would like to hear other Counterspin broadcasts, you can do that at FAIR's website at www.fair.org. This show is engineered by Kelly Spivey at Mercer Media and co-hosted by Peter Hart and myself, Steve Rendell. Thanks for listening to Counterspin. Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Steve Rendell, here with Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, the photos of prisoner abuse at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq are still dominating the news. But how much of the story could have been told several months ago? We'll talk to writer Jen Banbury about her reports of detainee abuse for Salon.com. Also this week, a new report from the Knight Foundation takes annual numbers on newsroom diversity, or lack of diversity, to a new level. The report puts the diversity numbers in context and allows local journalists and activists to compare the ethnic diversity of their local daily to that of their community. We'll talk to one of the report's co-authors, Professor Stephen Doi. He's the interim director of the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University. All that's coming up, but first we'll take a look back at the week's press.
The world has been shocked by the photos of Iraqi prisoners being humiliated and tortured by U.S. military personnel in Iraq. Outside of a few far-right commentators like Rush Limbaugh and the National Review's Rich Lowry, most media pundits have expressed shock and anger over what have come to be familiar scenes on the nightly newscasts and 24-hour cable news channels. Newsweek's Jonathan Alter, for example, has a piece in the magazine's May 17th edition headlined, "The Picture the World Sees." Alter's commentary is noteworthy because back in November of 2001, he seemed to be advocating for the use of torture overseas. His column began, quote, "In this autumn of anger, even a liberal can find his thoughts turning to torture," close quote. Alter ran through various rationales before concluding that, quote, "We'll have to think about transferring some suspects to our less squeamish allies, even if that's hypocritical. Nobody said this was going to be pretty," close quote. Well, now there is some evidence that those methods are being used, but not by less squeamish allies, but by Americans. Alter is now less enthusiastic about his earlier plan. In his new column, he writes that, quote, "Too many people, including me, were complacent about the use of psychological interrogation techniques that end up loosening the bonds of civilized behavior and making Americans look like hypocrites," close quote. Now, if that's supposed to be an apology, it falls a bit short. Alter was not complacent about quote-unquote psychological interrogation techniques. He supported torture, albeit under certain conditions. At that time, a sort of torture fever was sweeping across the media, and unfortunately there weren't enough voices in the media debate calling for respect for international law. It's unfortunate that it took so long for those perspectives to show up in the media.
Vern Gay, a TV critic for Long Island's Newsday, wrote a May 10th column about the Arabic-language TV news channel Al Jazeera. He noted that it was paying surprisingly little attention to the Abu Ghraib torture scandal, giving it only half as much attention on a recent night as ABC News. Gay quoted an academic expert on Al Jazeera as saying that this, quote, "reflects the general mood of the Arab street," close quote, which Gay reported cares more about the plight of the Palestinians than about that of Iraqi prisoners. That may or may not be true, but what is definitely true is that on April 27th, Secretary of State Colin Powell met with the foreign minister of Qatar, the home base of the channel, and its partial owner. Powell announced that the U.S. and Qatar were having what he called, quote, "very intense discussions," close quote, about what Qatar could do about Al Jazeera, which Powell characterized as a difficult issue in U.S.-Qatari relations. So perhaps Al Jazeera is downplaying the Abu Ghraib scandal because its audience isn't that interested. But it's also possible that Al Jazeera is responding to an audience in Washington that is all too interested in the story.
It's hard to imagine a more controversial corporation right now than Halliburton. Dick Cheney's old company was awarded contracts in Iraq worth $8 billion and has been found to have overcharged for things like gasoline and food preparation for U.S. soldiers. So when ABC anchor Peter Jennings hosted the May 4th World News Tonight broadcast from Halliburton's hometown of Houston, you might have expected some serious reporting on the company. But what viewers got was much different. In the introduction, Jennings said that Halliburton, quote, "has been accused of business irregularities that benefit the company at taxpayers' expense, or so go the allegations," close quote. Actually, those aren't just mere allegations. Even the company itself has admitted some wrongdoing. Near the top of the segment, Jennings explained ABC's mission, quote, "Our aim tonight is simply to go inside a company that not many people know very much about," close quote. ABC then spoke to Halliburton CEO Davis Lessar and to one enthusiastic employee. Needless to say, the impression ABC viewers took away from the report was certainly positive, especially if, as Jennings claimed, they didn't know much about Halliburton to begin with. The questions Jennings posed didn't exactly put Halliburton on the spot either. Quote, "You are a company dogged by controversy. Why do you think that is?" Close quote. Jennings noted near the end of the segment that, quote, "The company is the subject of several investigations, including by the Pentagon, for overcharging the taxpayer. Halliburton worries that this is all bad for business," close quote. Thanks to ABC's free public relations, Halliburton can at least try to improve its public image.
On May 6th, the New York Times quoted Secretary of State Colin Powell discussing the Iraq prison abuse scandal in the context of the My Lai massacre, where hundreds of Vietnamese men, women, and children were murdered by American troops in 1968. Powell originally raised the My Lai issue on CNN's Larry King Live on May 4th, where he said that he'd served in Vietnam, quote, "after My Lai happened," close quote, adding that, quote, "In war, these sorts of horrible things happen every now and then, but they're still to be deplored," close quote. The Times story notes that Powell's mention of My Lai was, quote, "a historical reference that was not in the White House talking points that sought to stem the damage from the scandal," close quote. That should come as no surprise. Raising the My Lai massacre doesn't help the White House cause, and it's passing strange that Colin Powell would bring it up. Why? Because Powell played a central role in temporarily covering up the My Lai massacre. In 1968, Powell was assigned to look into claims made by a young soldier named Tom Glenn about atrocities committed by the Army's Americal division at My Lai. But Powell neglected to investigate the allegations, instead taking the word of the soldier's commander, dismissing Glenn's account. In late 1968, Powell wrote of the affair, quote, "In direct refutation of Specialist Glenn's portrayal is the fact that relations between Americal soldiers and the Vietnamese people are excellent," close quote. Despite Powell's efforts, the My Lai story did eventually get out. Well, since Secretary of Powell mentioned My Lai, it would have been nice for the New York Times and Larry King to provide this important background, but both neglected to mention Powell's disgraceful role in the My Lai cover-up.
And finally, readers of the Post-Crescent newspaper in Appleton, Wisconsin encountered a curious editorial on May 4th, in which the paper described its recent quandary concerning letters to the editor. What was the problem? The paper was getting too many letters critical of George W. Bush. The editorial asked, quote, "How can we balance the perspectives and topics of our letters when many of our submissions have been coming only from one side?" Close quote. The paper had a solution. It called for readers to submit letters that would help balance things out. But some letters the paper received in response were not exactly what they had in mind. One letter noted, quote, "I don't recall reading any pleas for balancing opinion in times when the mail was overwhelmingly supportive of the president," close quote. Another reader argued that if there's an imbalance of letters, it might reflect a perceived lack of balance in the paper's reporting. As the editorial itself pointed out, letters, quote, "take the political and social temperature," close quote, of the readers, a measurement that would cease to be accurate if the paper actively tried to adjust it. On May 12th, a new editorial explained that the original piece was not an appeal for pro-Bush letters, but rather a plea for greater reader participation, written in part because some readers thought the paper was withholding pro-Bush letters. But it's still not clear how asking for letters to balance things out doesn't exclude those weighing in on the heavy side of the scales. Perhaps the outcry over the paper's misguided plea will encourage editors to let readers determine that balance in the future.
Thanks, Peter. You're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a magazine called Extra. I'll be giving subscription information for Extra later on in the show.
Images of the abuse and torture of Iraqi detainees by U.S. military personnel have become a staple of TV news coverage. But how much of this abuse could have been known before the photos were leaked to CBS? We're joined now by one reporter who was on this story back in February, Jen Banbury spent 7 months in Iraq writing for Salon.com, and her piece about the detentions at Abu Ghraib was published in early March. Jen Banbury, welcome to Counterspin.
Thank you.
Now, you reported on some of the allegations that detainees were making about conditions at the prison, some of which were also being documented by a number of human rights groups. Take us back to that time in Iraq. How did you first hear about these stories, and how did you decide to pursue them?
It seems shocking now, but the fact that there were a lot of Iraqis being detained under this rubric of security detainees was no great secret. I mean, it seemed like just about every Iraqi I spoke to knew someone who had been picked up by the military at one point or another. And when I realized that, there was this thing going on where the military had sort of carte blanche to detain anyone at any given moment, any Iraqi, then I started to sort of investigate what exactly that meant and what rights the Iraqis who were detained had. And of course, the more I investigated, the more I learned that they really had no rights whatsoever, and there was no legal process as we traditionally think of one in terms of how they got released.
Now, you're reading your piece, it seems like you were doing what I would think many journalists would do, just going to family members who are waiting outside the prison and hearing their stories, right?
That's right. On any given day, at least back then, there were a few hundred Iraqis in front of the gates to the Abu Ghraib prison, and they were there to try and seek information about family members or to try and arrange for a visit. Some of the security detainees are allowed to have family visits. Some aren't allowed to have family visits at all. Those who are allowed to have family visits, the wait is usually up to 4 months. There's a real backlog. So I went to speak to some of these family members in front of the Abu Ghraib prison, and I did, in fact, interview a number of people, but after about a half hour, I got booted off the premises by some American military MPs who said that I had no right to be there.
Now, it sounds like, as far as your journalistic technique goes, that could have been available to any other U.S. reporter who was in Iraq. You had other contacts with reporters. Were they following this story too, or do you think there were reasons why they were maybe reticent to write about it?
One of the biggest problems was that at that point, all the information that we had about the abuses was information that was anecdotal, coming from Iraqis who had been arrested and either ended up in Abu Ghraib or one of the other prisons or bases where people are detained. There's widespread abuse at pretty much all of those places. It's not just Abu Ghraib, it's throughout Iraq. But because everything we knew about the abuses was completely anecdotal and impossible to sort of fact check, I think that made a lot of journalists shy away from covering the story. Although I did know a woman who, after I wrote my piece, wrote another piece, a woman named Letta Taylor for Newsday. And she went to Abu Ghraib prison a couple days after I did. And she was actually a little bit disappointed. She did not get kicked off by the soldiers. So, there's no rhyme or reason or consistency to pretty much anything that the military was doing in regards to the prison.
So the military wasn't giving up much information about what was going on in the prison. That kind of contradicts the spin that we hear now from the military. They say, we acknowledged early on we were investigating abuses, we're cracking down on the perpetrators. Your experience at the time in Iraq suggests that things were much different back then, the relationship between media and military officials.
Oh yeah, I had an incredibly frustrating time trying to get the military to comment on anything that was going on in regards to Abu Ghraib, and I dealt with a spokesperson from the military who would send me these emails in which he spelled the name of the prison wrong consistently, even though I sort of corrected him in mine. In just rereading some of those emails, I read an email that he sent me that said that no journalists were allowed into the security detainee portion of Abu Ghraib because of the Geneva Convention. Now, it's kind of ironic and very depressing that they're trotting out the Geneva Convention as a reason that reporters weren't allowed to investigate the conditions in that part of the prison, while meanwhile, the abuse was completely contradictory to the Geneva Convention. So there was just a lot of obfuscation. They refused to comment or clarify even the simplest aspects of the whole security detainee system.
It sounds like if a reporter was on the ground there and they got some of the accounts that you did and then perhaps went to the military for confirmation or for some explication, they would have got no real response from the military. Do you think that is what prevented some reporters from meaningfully writing about it?
Definitely. Yeah, the military would not have commented on, if I had said to them, all these Iraqis that I'm talking to are saying that they've been abused in this way or that way, they just would not have commented on it. And so the fact that they're saying now that they were being open about it at the time is pretty absurd.
Now, one explanation we're hearing now is that the images really make this story, that it literally couldn't have been told without the photographs of prison abuse. Perhaps there's some truth to that, but what do you make of that rationale, that there was no story until these pictures came to light?
Well, obviously the pictures are, the pictures really do drop a bomb on the whole thing. On the other hand, anyone who's read the Taguba report knows, that there's some incredibly shocking descriptions in that report, and essentially descriptions of torture. And so the fact that that report was not making a lot of waves amongst the, Rumsfeld and other people in the military is really just bizarre to me.
Oh, I think one thing that we've kind of thought about is the fact that these pictures, while they're horrifying, if you compare them to some of the written accounts of what was going on there, some of those written accounts are actually worse than the photographs that are released.
That's true. Although, with something like 1,600 photographs that haven't been shown yet, as well as video, I think it seems pretty likely that some of the most shocking descriptions within the report might be depicted in some of those photographs that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, because some of the things even include what we're hearing now. Some of these incidents include murder. The photographs tell part of the story, but probably not the whole story.
Yeah.
Are you working on a follow-up now on this story?
I'm always looking into this story, and I'm probably writing something about all the implications for Salon, because there are a lot of interesting issues that that haven't even really been addressed. For instance, when I was in Iraq and I would speak to soldiers, because there are a lot of good soldiers in Iraq, they're not all bad. They would talk to me about how frustrated they were that the intelligence they were getting for certain maneuvers, like going on house raids at night, the intelligence was always really, really bad, really off the mark. And so, of course, when you think about the fact that a lot of that intelligence was probably coming from people who were being tortured in prison, well, obviously, in that case, it's just going to be wrong. When someone's tortured, they'll say just about anything to make it stop. So there's just so many various ramifications stemming from this one story. So yeah, that is something I'll be following up on.
Well, we've been speaking with Jen Banbury. She spent 7 months reporting from Iraq for Salon.com. That's where you can read her article, Guantanamo on Steroids. She's currently working on a follow-up. She's also a novelist. Her debut book, Like a Hole in the Head, is available now from Little Brown and Company. Jen Banbury, thanks for joining us this week on Counterspin.
Thank you.
In April, the American Society of Newspaper Editors, or ASNE, reported its latest numbers on ethnic diversity inside the newsrooms of daily newspapers nationwide. While ASNE found diversity slightly increased to a point where 12.9% of newsroom employees are now non-white, the group stressed that the current number still, quote, lagged behind the 31.7% of minorities in the U.S. population, close quote. A newly released report from the Knight Foundation adds new context to ASNE's annual numbers, and it allows individuals to compare the newsroom diversity of their local daily to the diversity of their local community. The report, Does Your Newspaper Staff Reflect the Racial Diversity of the Community It Serves?" was authored by investigative reporter Bill Dedman of the Boston Globe and Professor Stephen Doig, interim director of the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University. Stephen Doig joins us now by phone. Welcome to Counterspin, Professor Stephen Doig.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Let's begin by explaining the report. Exactly what have you and Bill Dedman done here?
What we've tried to do, and this is the second year we've done this under the sponsorship of the Knight Foundation, is to take the American Society of Newspaper numbers that they produce each year in a sort of newsroom census that they do, take those percentages and compare them to the basically the ethnic diversity of the communities those newspapers are trying to cover. So what it does is puts the ASNE numbers in the actual context and measures them against what the newspaper editors feel should be the standard.
How many newspapers are involved here?
We have a total of 1,413 daily newspapers in our study. Not all of them respond every year to the ASNE census. Well over 800 of them did respond this year. So the Newsroom Diversity Index that we calculated is based on those papers. There are another 400 or so that just didn't respond.
Explain what that index is.
It's really just a simple ratio. We take the percentage, the minority newsroom employee percentage reported by ASNE. For instance, let's say some newspaper is 20% of its newsroom is minority. We compare that to the community that that newspaper is circulating in. In fact, we go down to the zip code level to calculate that using circulation numbers. So if you have a newspaper with 20% newsroom minority percentage and the community it is serving is also 20% minority, that would be a 100. They, in fact, would be at parity where the ASNE wants. On the other hand, if the community that they were covering was 40% minority, they would only get a 50 on our newsroom index.
I'd like to encourage listeners to go and check out this page. I went to my hometown of San Luis Obispo, California, and found that the Telegram Tribune there had an index of 56. How many all-white newspapers did you find? I found that sort of surprising.
Yeah, this year there were 374 of the newspapers that reported to ASNE reported having no minority employees at all, and that doesn't count the other 481 newspapers that just didn't even reply to the ASNE survey.
Now, having an all-white newspaper is somewhat relative. I mean, it depends on what the community that newspaper serves.
Sure.
There was one example that I thought was quite glaring, probably the most glaring example you had of the Independent in Gallup, New Mexico. Tell us about that.
Well, it's many of those all-white papers tend to be small papers, and the Independent and Gallup is pretty small also. However, even though it's all white, 93% of the population in their circulation area is minority, many of them Native American and Latino. So it's obviously an area that's hugely filled with a readership that is minority, yet being covered by a paper that has no, or at least reported no minority newsroom employees.
Well, as these nationwide numbers tend to indicate that in aggregate, newspapers across the country have a long way to go, but there must be a lot of local variation. Are there any newspapers that are coming close to parity?
It's about 13% overall have either reached parity or gone beyond it. While that still means that 87% haven't, clearly there are those that are making an effort, have I believe found a reason to be doing that, and it's helping their coverage.
Can you give us a couple of names?
Sure. I mean, go to the large newspapers. Among the top 100 papers that, in fact, that are above parity are ones like the Akron Beacon Journal, Des Moines Register, Detroit News, Knoxville News Sentinel, Boston Globe, another big and well-known one, Portland Oregonian, Minneapolis Star Tribune. There are papers of considerable size that are, in fact, reaching this goal that ASNE set more than 25 years ago.
Do the numbers that you use when you report, I guess those are the same numbers as ASNI uses for diversity in the newsroom, reflect the status of non-white employees at these newspapers? For instance, can one tell how many Latinos or African Americans at these newspapers are in decision-making positions?
Not from the numbers that ASNE releases. They do gather that information. In fact, they gather information broken out not only by sort of editor, reporter, different staff positions, but also across different ethnicity groups. However, ASNE, for a variety of reasons, let's talk about that, release only a single sort of newsroom minority percentage number. So that's all we do.
Well, we're running out of time, but tell us briefly, why do you think this report is important?
I think it's important to help newspapers sort of keep their eye on the prize. As I say, ASNE did the right thing 25 plus years ago, is realizing that having a newsroom that reflects the community you cover will help them, in fact, do their job better. I spent my newspaper career at Miami Herald, and that was a newspaper that, in fact, began to make an effort during the years I was there to recognize that its community was changing and that they needed reporters who could go out and cover in that community, could speak the languages and so on.
Well, I would say this is not only very useful for journalists, but especially for activists, local activists who are looking to their local papers. We've been speaking with journalism professor Stephen Doig of Arizona State University. The co-author is Will Degman of the Knight Foundation report, Does Your Newspaper Staff Reflect the Racial Diversity of the Community It Serves? You can read it online at powerreporting.com/Knight. That's powerreporting.com/Knight. Knight is spelled Knight. Thanks for joining us on Counterspin, Professor Stephen Doig.
My pleasure.
And that's it for Counterspin for this week. Counterspin is produced by the staff and interns at the Media Watch Group FAIR, based in New York. FAIR also publishes a bi-monthly magazine called Extra. For subscription information, you can call the following toll.
Welcome to Counterspin, your weekly look behind the headlines of the mainstream news. I'm Peter Hart. This week on Counterspin, a special interview with Amy Goodman. She's the host of the acclaimed daily radio and television show Democracy Now! And co-author with David Goodman of the new book, The Exception to the Rulers, exposing oily politicians, war profiteers, and the media that love them. As you can probably tell from a title like that, Amy's got a lot to say about the media, how they cover the big issues, and even how independent journalists like herself are treated by the press pack. That's coming up, but first let's take a look back at the week's press. A front-page article in the New York Times revealed some questionable interrogation techniques the CIA is using against al-Qaeda suspects, but the paper seemed unable to find a source who would call torture by its proper name. The May 13th article described coercive interrogation methods endorsed by the CIA and the Justice Department, including, quote, a technique known as waterboarding, in which a prisoner is strapped down, forcibly pushed underwater, and made to believe he might drown, close quote. The article took pains to explain why, according to U.S. officials, such techniques do not constitute torture. Quote, defenders of the operation said the method stopped short of torture, did not violate American anti-torture statutes, and were necessary to fight a war against a nebulous enemy whose strength and intentions could only be gleaned by extracting information from often uncooperative detainees, close quote. The paper added that the tactics, quote, simulate torture, but officials say they are supposed to stop short of serious injury, close quote. Well, that implies that only interrogation methods that cause serious physical harm would be real torture. The The article quotes no one who says that the CIA methods described were in fact torture. Yet it would have been easy to find human rights experts who would describe them as such. Both Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, for example, describe submerging prisoners underwater as a form of torture. The article could also have quoted the definition of torture under international law, quote, any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person, close quote. That would apply even to interrogations such as the ones described. While the article did impart important information about the tactics being used by American agents to interrogate terrorist suspects, it's critical to know whether these methods violate international or domestic law. By relying solely on administration officials to define what torture is and what the U.S. government's legal obligations are, the New York Times failed to provide the context necessary for readers to make an informed judgment. The recent elections in India produced a surprising result, with the ruling Hindu nationalist BJP party ousted from power by a coalition led by the Congress Party, which had governed India for decades. The ousted party was considered friendly to neoliberal global trade policies and has been lionized by U.S. media for leading India's economic revival. The loss at the ballot box, however, may signal that many Indian voters didn't feel like they were part of that boom. So it was interesting to watch the media reaction here in the United States. Countless newspaper articles, for example, referred to the threats now posed to the quote-unquote economic reforms. That's loaded language that implies that the current economic policies are in fact wise. Who could be against reforms, after all? Some news accounts offered almost no information. The May 17th NBC Nightly News, for example, gave you only the sense that the Indian economy was collapsing, and that this was probably due to the fact that, quote, Sonia Gandhi's communist-backed Congress Party swept national elections, close quote. Now, this is somewhat misleading since India's communist parties joined the election coalition, but have maintained some distance from the rival Congress Party, saying they would not join the government. But U.S. viewers know what it means when they hear that communists are taking power somewhere. Some outlets warned of other dangers. The Washington Post editorialized on May 14th that, quote, the Congress Party-led coalition is expected to swing back to traditional anti-Americanism, sounding off against the United States at the United Nations and perhaps challenging U.S. influence in the Middle East by launching its own peace initiative, close quote. Whatever the eventual outcome in India, it's safe to say that when an election goes against U.S. elite interests, the U.S. media are none too pleased. As Massachusetts prepared to perform the country's first fully legal gay marriages, ABC political director Mark Halperin provided an unusual analysis of the situation for ABC's World News Tonight. In a May 16th interview, anchor Elizabeth Vargas asked Halperin about the presidential candidate's relative silence on the Massachusetts marriages. Halperin responded this way, quote, sometimes in presidential politics you don't get to pick the issues, and this is an issue that's imposed on both of these candidates, close quote. But to say that the issue of gay marriage has been imposed on George Bush is to ignore his very proactive position on the matter. Bush has called for a constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage, a controversial and deliberate decision that raised the profile of gay marriage as a campaign issue. One might even call that picking the issue. But Halperin's questionable analysis didn't stop there. Vargas asked him for his take on the idea that, quote, opponents of gay marriage are hoping the images of same-sex couples marrying will galvanize the country in opposition, close quote. Halperin responded with a bizarre comparison. Quote, no question, we saw in the prison abuse photos out of Iraq, Elizabeth, the country's attention can really be focused by photographs, close quote. He noted that, quote, people on both sides of this issue, close quote, would be watching to see how the public would, quote, get engaged by the photos, close quote. Well, the photos from Iraqi prisons depict American soldiers torturing and humiliating Iraqi prisoners. While some members of the public may take offense at photos of smiling, happy couples tying a knot in Massachusetts, to use as a point of comparison the torture photos, which sparked outrage across the political spectrum and around the world, is a gross and absurd distortion of the issue of gay marriage. A May 18th article in USA Today served as a reminder that commercial interests, particularly corporate advertisers, have a remarkable amount of influence over what we see on the TV screen. The paper noted that in the media world, quote, there is worry that the flood of grisly images flowing into living rooms from Iraq and elsewhere will discourage advertisers, close quote. A spokesman for General Motors explained that her company, quote, would not advertise on a TV program just about atrocities in Iraq, close quote. While another ad exec explained that, quote, you don't want to run a humorous commercial next to horrific images and stories, close quote. A spokeswoman for Ford says the company keeps a close eye on news images that accompany its ads, saying, quote, we're monitoring the content and will make decisions based on the nature of the content, but we don't have a lot of control, close quote. But they do, of course. Commercial media wouldn't exist without, well, the commercials. So advertisers, in a sense, are the ones holding all the cards. Then again, sometimes the interests of media owners can have a more profound impact on news judgments. As a May 14th LA Times story explained, the NBC News program Dateline has sure found plenty of news value in the entertainment offerings of NBC. The Times cites, among other things, the 2-hour Dateline devoted to the final episode of the sitcom Friends, as well as generous coverage of the sitcom Frasier and the Donald Trump reality show The Apprentice. You won't find many people at NBC News apologizing, though. NBC News chief Neil Shapiro dismissed criticisms of this blurring of the lines between news and entertainment as asinine. His reasoning, well, all the other media outlets are doing it too. Let's hear it for that kind of journalistic integrity. And finally, on May 18th, the New York Times took a look at an important issue, the chummy relationship between government officials and the media in Japan. As the Times explained, a recent political scandal in Japan offered a huge opening to the press corps to take a hard look at Prime Minister Koizumi. That didn't happen, says the Times, when it was revealed that Koizumi was involved in a pension scandal. Quote, the big media outlets reported the news, but did not follow it up with hard reporting about how he could have misled the public. Close quote. Why is that? Well, the Times says that journalists in Japan are organized into something called press clubs. These make the media less willing to challenge official power. As the Times explains, quote, according to critics, the system makes its members act as a herd, producing bland reports that rarely include outside viewpoints, close quote. So let's see. A press herd that generates bland news, that rarely includes outside viewpoints, and that fails to challenge the leader of a country when he misleads the nation. Imagine that. Well, you're listening to Counterspin, brought to you each week by the Media Watch Group FAIR. FAIR also publishes a magazine called Extra. I'll be giving subscription information for Extra later on in the show.
Amy Goodman is the award-winning host of Democracy Now!, the radio and television news show that airs on more than 200 stations across the country. Goodman's broadcast present a daily challenge to the official story in a way that few other programs can claim. On several occasions, Amy has taken on the highest officials in the land, her pointed questions often eliciting charged responses. In addition to all that, Amy is the co-author, with her brother David Goodman, of a new book. It's called The Exception to the Rulers, Exposing Oily Politicians, War Profiteers, and the Media That Love Them. Amy Goodman joins us now in studio for a special extended Counterspin interview. Welcome back to Counterspin, Amy Goodman.
It's great to be with you.
Amy, tell us about your book, The Exception to the Rulers. Is it roughly based on Democracy Now!?
Well, it's, first of all, what all media should be, the exception to the rulers. That's basic. There's a reason why our profession is the only one that's protected by the Constitution, journalism, because we're supposed to be the check and balance on the government. And yet we see a media that slavishly follows the establishment consensus that I think has reached an all-time low in this country. Leading up to the invasion of Iraq, you guys at FAIR did the study of the 4 major nightly newscasts, NBC, ABC, CBS, and PBS NewsHour with Jim Lehrer. 393 interviews done in the 2 weeks around Colin Powell giving his push for war at the UN. 3 of those 393, 3 of almost 400 interviews done around war were with anti-war representatives. That is not mainstream